Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा हूँ ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a rehab center in Kabul. The Afghan government has termed the attack as a slaughterhouse of dreams. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast, breaking news emerges. Kabul confirms that there will be no talks with Islamabad. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, and arrests 6 Ukrainians and 1 US man accused of training Myanmar militants and getting drones via India. After Shivali's second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, third crude oil tanker Jug Ladki docks tonight at 8 p.m. US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. Dramatic video shows explosion as CRAM air defense attempts to intercept drones. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour as we continue our rolling coverage on the war investigation. Now a bigger escalation with Israel's targeted attack against top Iranian official Ali Larijani in overnight airstrikes. Now viewers, it is unclear if Larijani, the Secretary of Iran's National Security Council, was killed or injured in these strikes according to officials. Meanwhile, another recent Israeli airstrike in Iran has targeted Palestinian Islamic Jihad leader Akram al-Ajuri and other top officials in the terror group, according to defense sources. So the latest and the bigger escalation that you're picking up from the war in West Asia is there has been a targeted Israeli attack on the National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani. Now, Ali Larijani is somebody who's been very close to IRGC. He's been closely associated with the late Supreme Leader Khamenei as well. And now we're looking at a targeted attack against Ali Larijani. In fact, he was last seen when there was a rally on the Quds Day march. There were visuals of him coming from Tehran. And now it seems there has been an overnight targeted attack on the National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani. Now, whether or not he has been impacted in these attacks or not is not known yet. Now, my colleague Gesu joins me with more details on this. Gesu, it's a big escalation that has now come in the war in West Asia. We're given to understand there was a targeted attack against Ali Larijani. What more do we know about this?
Right, Ishita. In fact, you very correctly pointed out, after the Quds Day march, this is the second time that, Ali Larijani has been made a target. Now, the IDF is claiming, this is only a claim, possibly also a rumor. We've heard too many of these, going around for the Israeli Prime Minister first, then Moshtaba Khamenei also, and now Ali Larijani, the National Security Secretary for Iran. He's a very important member for the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, so it makes him a central figure in Iran's Security Council. Council. Now, reports suggest that the Israeli Defense Forces struck Larijani, but also there is no confirmation at all. The Iranian side has not given any confirmation. They've not released any statement or comment over Ali Larijani's state as of now. But also remember, during the Quds Day march, he was targeted. There were 3 top leaders, Iranian leaders who were part of the march. Pezeshkian, the president himself, was available at the march, and that march was also struck by the Israeli forces. Now remember, by the side, the Israeli Defense Forces have also released a barrage of strikes on the Palestinian commanders. And in fact, they also claim that one of their top military commanders has been slain as part of the strikes that they have incurred on the Palestinian military. By the side, they've also claimed that as the escalation continues to climb in the West Asia war, they've said that they also struck Iran's National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani. But remember, these rumors have been going around for far too long. First, it was Mojtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader of Iran. Second, it was about the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. And third, we're hearing another report about Ali Larijani. So till the time we don't have a confirmation, there's nothing concrete that we can actually say about this. But this is what we're learning from the first reports that have come in, and also from a statement that has been released by the Israeli Defense Forces. But again, this entire war has been a complete display of intelligence targets and intelligence coordinates which are used to, target these leaders. And we have zero confirmation on whether or not that has worked out as of now. So we will hear the Iranian side, and possibly only after that we will have a confirmation with us for whether or not Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary, has made it alive, or are these just rumors? Ishita.
Right, of course, Kesu, in this fog of war, there are, of course, claims and counterclaims are being made from both the sides. And as you said, there have been targeted attacks against leaders before as well. We'll have to wait for the confirmation to come from the Iranian side as well on this. Thank you, Kesu, for joining us.
Right, Ishita.
And now we are shifting focus. Another breaking news coming to light. Finland, the president, has now called for India to broker a US-Iran ceasefire. The statement says we need a ceasefire. I'm wondering if India can actually get involved. We saw Foreign Minister Jaishankar call for a ceasefire to calm things down. That is the statement coming in from the Finland President Alexander Stubb. Now, he has called for India's intervention in the ongoing war in West Asia. He says there was a statement made by the External Affairs Minister Jaishankar earlier to calm things down and to de-escalate. And we have seen New Delhi making a lot of statements, batting for diplomacy for both the sides to come back on the negotiating table. And now even Finland's president asking for India's intervention. And now, viewers, earlier today, Republic's correspondent Saurav spoke to the Palestinian envoy to India, Abdullah Abu Shawesh, over the situation in Middle East. Take a listen as to what he had to say on the ongoing war.
Joining us, the ambassador of the state of Palestine to India, Abdullah, and now we will have a word with him regarding the current Middle East crisis and the on-ground situation of the Gaza Strip. So what do you want to say about the current situation, current Middle East crisis, which unfolded in the past 2 weeks?
Thank you so much indeed. When we talk about the current unfolded crisis, it's not a crisis, it's an Israeli-American war against Iran and that retaliation from Iran. And unfortunately, Iran was involved also to retaliate and to attack many of the Arab Gulf state there. So that this is not a crisis, this is a war launched by Israel, United States of America against Iran, and Iran also started this war also against the Arab country, unfortunately. Crisis or the war itself at large, always we the Palestinians stand strongly against the war, and this is something that we used to say it and we will continue to say it. There is a lot of diplomatic way to solve all the problem worldwide, and so that we the Palestinian, at least since 1948 up to date, is still strongly committed to the international law, to the multilateralism, to solve our problem or our to solve our problem with Israel, to bring an end to the Israeli occupation.
All right, viewers, now U.S. Embassy in Baghdad has been struck again following a drone incursion. Now, this comes days after the embassy was earlier attacked by an Iranian missile which hit its helipad. Now, this comes after Iran has now vowed to retaliate following the heavy bombardment that took place on its Kharge island after U.S. destroyed most of its infrastructure. We have more on this in this report. Take a look.
Several explosions were reported in Baghdad as the US Embassy was hit by a drone incursion, setting the structure on fire. US CRAM system intercepted the incoming drone attack targeting the embassy. An Iran-linked militia
to understand who might have been responsible, what the reasons for the attack might have been, and to understand what the consequences, if any, might be under the relative legal frameworks. We are at this point in time, we're at an early stage of that investigation. You can imagine that it is impossible for us to do more than at this stage from afar consider what has happened. We don't have access to Iran. We have asked for that access and will continue to seek that access. But from afar, we are certainly most concerned about the news about that attack, and we are in a priority fashion considering what that attack means and what the implications are. But at this stage, I can't say that we are able to say anything beyond the very considerable concern that the mission has for that school and the killing of obviously what appear to be numbers of children and teachers that are entirely innocent.
Okay, we'll take a question from the New York Times from Nick Cumming. Bruce, please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for the briefing. I just wondered if you'd had any direct contacts with people in the United States, the Department of War, who are supposedly conducting this inquiry, if you have any sense of how that has progressed and your level of confidence in what is being done from that end. And second question, given the internet blackout, I'm wondering what whether you've been able to establish any kind of systematic picture of interventions by the Republican Guard forces in Iran in terms of actions against any protests they are getting or the actions they are taking to maintain their control on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. No, we've not yet been able to reach out to anybody in the United States administration. That's not to say that we wouldn't welcome any such information if it were to be provided. It's clear to us that whatever happens in respect of such an event, given the innocent lives that have been lost, there is a critical need for such an investigation to be done and for an independent outcome to follow, and which, of course, we as the mission would be particularly concerned to receive information of. From our perspective, we know that others have also begun to consider the attack. We've seen NGOs looking into the attack, and we ourselves are doing our best to understand precisely what has happened. But in short, we would be certainly welcome to receive any such information from any avenue. As you know, we would, as the mission, have our own independent obligation to consider those facts and to understand precisely what it is that those facts lead to by way of legal consequence. And that's an analysis that is ongoing. In relation to the internet blackout, it is of particular concern to us that that internet blackout continues. We know that already that internet blackout resulted in the difficult situation of cloaking the Iranian government's response to the January protests. The difficulty, of course, in understanding what's happening on the ground right now is compounded by the internet blackout. But as the mission, we are doing our best to be available, to speak to witnesses where they have been able to reach out to us, and to do so in a manner which consistently keeps to the rigorous standards of us ensuring that if there is the possibility of a witness reaching us, if there's a possibility of NGOs being able to facilitate information to us, as the mission, as I've said already, we remain the repository for such information, and to gather it and to do the necessary collation and consideration of those facts as across the different sources to ensure that we not only have a proper narrative coming out, but that we do so in a manner which attempts to ensure that there is a credible accounting of what has been taking place under what we understand is a tolerable situation right now on the ground.
Could I just follow up on that then and say, I mean, we have anecdotal accounts of, anti-government protest in the context of this particular military action by the US and Israel. And I'm just wondering if you have anything that allows you to characterize the way Iranian authorities are responding to that.
We've seen, like you, the public accounts. We've seen reports coming out. But we are in a situation where it's impossible for us to have verified anything at this particular time. We are certainly concerned that if these accounts are correct, they point to the current situation, again, allowing for the possibility of escalated repression and for reaction against those who have dared to express dissent. We are particularly concerned about that because of past patterns which we've investigated. And so the difficulty that we have seen is that because of these past practices, there is the ever-increasing risk that such a pattern is again repeated. And right now, because the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran is in a situation of reaction and is in a situation of being cornered, obviously, at a time when there are these precipitous strikes that are taking place, there is every reason for us to be concerned that that risk may well materialize. But we are considering the facts in order to see precisely what is developing on the ground. Right now we are, as I say, alive to the reports. We see them and we are collating them, but we haven't come to any particular findings.
Okay, thank you. We'll take another question from the front row. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Isabel Jacob with EFE, the Spanish news agency. You said in the report you presented yesterday to the Human Rights Council that in June Israel committed war crime in the attack against the prison in Evin. I would like to know if what do you know more than is that you said yesterday in the statement about this attack. And if you know if the Israeli government is conducting any inquiry or investigation on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. What we have established is that it was an armed conflict between Iran and Israel in June of 2025, and that as a result of that, civilians and civilian infrastructure had to be protected under the laws of war. We found further that Evin Prison is such a civilian infrastructure, and that Israel deliberately, it appears to us, on the evidence that we have collated and which you'll be able to find in our conference room report, which will be released later today, that there are credible grounds to believe that that was a strike on the prison that was committed by Israeli forces, and that because of the laws of war having been flouted, that constitutes a war crime. The details of that, as I say, are set out in the conference room report, and that report will be released later today. In respect of your second question, we've not heard any news of any investigation that has been undertaken by the Israeli government in respect of that attack. But of course we would welcome any such investigation were it to take place, and we would consider it important in light of our findings in the report around the numbers of individuals and who appear to have been civilians and who are innocent in that strike and who lost their lives, that such an investigation ought to be done.
Do you know if at any point Israel said that this was a legitimate target for any reason, the prison.
My apologies. Israel had said that it had struck the Evin prison. It had made that clear. And it has not, in our assessment, it has not provided a justification for why that strike had taken place, which justifies the attack on the civilians that were included in the prison. And for those reasons, as you'll see set out in the report, we've come to our conclusions.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a question online from Yamori Shinbun. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for doing this. Yesterday at the council, you quoted the Judge Robert Jackson and said that he criticized the resort toward an aggrieved country, and methods like diplomacy are open to an aggrieved country. But the Iranians were attacked twice in 8 months by the United States and Israel in the middle of the negotiation with the United States. So my question is, who do you think could stop the US and the Israeli preemptive war against Iran? Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, let me make the point clear that the mission in respect of the armed conflict is considering each of the facts as they arise on a daily basis, sometimes on an hourly basis, and attempting to make its best assessment of what's taken place. In relation to the question directly, you're right that yesterday the mission quoted Justice Robert Jackson. But it's important to situate what that quote was about. Justice Robert Jackson, as you know, was the chief prosecutor at Nuremberg, and he was speaking on behalf of the Allied powers. And he was particularly at pains to criticize what he said was the resort.
All right, viewers, that was the United Nations briefing on the ongoing war investigation. Now we've got more breaking news coming in a major escalation. IDF conducted a precise strike, eliminating the commander of Basij unit, guided by precise intelligence from military intelligence. The Air Force here conducted a targeted strike yesterday in the heart of Tehran, eliminating Gholam Reza Soleimani, who's the commander of the Basij unit over the past 6 years.
Massive attack that is taking place in Kabul. Pakistan has been accused of targeting civilians. Joining us on this broadcast is Dr. Suhail Shaheen. He's the spokesperson of the Taliban. Mr. Shaheen, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. I want to directly ask you, will there be any talks between Pakistan and Afghanistan?
Of course, there will be no talk while they targeting hospitals, civilians, our commercial markets. So how that means they do not want a peaceful solution of the issues. So it is a crime against humanity to target innocent people, which has no justification.
Dr. Shaheen, with regards to the fact that this time hospitals have been targeted, earlier your Home Minister has indicated that if at all civilian infrastructure is targeted, then Afghanistan will target Pakistan, and this time it will be inside Pakistan. Is that the warning that you are giving Islamabad, that strikes that will be carried out by Kabul will be now inside Pakistan?
It is up to the Ministry of Defense and other relevant security forces, what kind of plan they have. Of course, they will have. But this incident, this attack on civilian people, in my view and in the view of every human being, is a crime which they have committed.
Mr. Shaheen, do you believe there can be any talk with Pakistan, or have you tried speaking to Islamabad in the last few days? Because there has been an escalation. This time you have lost about 400 people. Will you be talking to the Pakistani government?
No. When they are attacking us, when they are killing our civilian people, they are attacking hospitals. So they mean we will, speak to them in their language. No other.
Okay. Mr. Shaheen, what is the expectation that Afghanistan has from India? India this morning has condemned the attacks, saying that this is a cowardly attack carried out by the Pakistanis. What is it that Afghanistan is expecting from India?
It is a crime against humanity. It is an obligation and responsibility of all countries of the world, and also India, that they condemn this horrendous incident, and carry out their obligation and responsibility in this hard time of the people of Afghanistan, and stand with truth and against that brutality committed.
One last question I want to take from you, Mr. Shaheen. Has Pakistan asked for a ceasefire? Is Pakistan requesting Afghanistan to not carry out any attacks?
I think the atmosphere is very tense, and particularly after this brutal attack, I have not heard about ceasefire.
But had they asked earlier? Had they asked earlier for a ceasefire?
Before that, there was a negotiation in Qatar, in Istanbul, and also Riyadh. But because of their irrational demands, that negotiation failed. Because
what kind of demands are the Pakistanis making?
We told them that, of course, we assure you that we will not allow anyone to use the soil of Afghanistan against Pakistan, and for that we can give assurance even in written form, and there should be a mechanism to monitor what we have given assurance. But that was not acceptable to them.
What are the irrational demands that Pakistanis were making?
Yeah, for example, they said that there should not be any incident inside Pakistan. We should guarantee that. We told them that's not possible. You cannot guarantee. We cannot guarantee that any incident should not take place even in Afghanistan. And the second was, you come to Pakistan and disarm TTP members. So we say we are responsible for our own land. We assure that we will not allow anyone to use the soil of Afghanistan against any country, including Pakistan. So that was their demand, was not possible. This disarming anyone inside Pakistan, that's their responsibility, not ours. If we go, that means starting a new war or a new fighting. But ours says that we will not allow anyone to use the soil of Afghanistan. That is rational, and their demand is not rational.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Shaheen, for joining us on this broadcast.
All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, IDF confirms killing a Basij paramilitary force commander Gholam Reza Soleimani in a strike on Iran overnight.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing. Destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं हम।
Afghanistan Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a rehab center in Kabul. The Afghan government has termed the attack a slaughterhouse of dreams. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast, breaking news emerges. Kabul has confirmed that there will be no talks with Islamabad. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, the NIA arrests 6 Ukrainians and 1 US man accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. After Shivalik's second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, third crude oil tanker Jagladki docks tonight at 8 p.m. US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. Dramatic video shows explosions as CRAM air defense attempts to intercept the missiles. Viewers, now quickly shifting focus. The Israeli media has confirmed that the commander of the Basij in the Iranian regime, Gholam Reza Soleimani, was eliminated by Air Force in a strike that hit hard inside Tehran. Now, Soleimani was attacked along with his senior commander while staying in an alternate tent headquarters, which they set up as a decoy as opposed to the main military headquarters to avoid being targeted. And this was set up after the destruction of their main headquarters. Now, meanwhile, his deputy Basij commander, Sayyid Qarishi, was also eliminated in a strike that took over the Shiraz city inside Iran. Now, remember, viewers, this comes as the IDF also claims to have struck Iranian National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani. However, there is no confirmation on his health, his state as of now. But the biggest revelation from these recent strikes from the IDF have been that they have killed a top military commander of the Basij in the Iranian regime, Gholam Reza Soleimani, along with his deputy, who has been killed in the strikes that the Israeli Defense Forces raised on Tehran and in fact also in Shiraz city inside Iran. That's the latest that we're learning in. Viewers, now shifting focus. China says that it is in full communication with the US over Trump's visit. China is communicating with the US about issues including a planned visit by the US President Donald Trump. In fact, a Chinese foreign ministry spokesperson also said that he in fact confirmed Trump's visit to Beijing. Now, Lin Jian said that in Beijing, China and the US are in full communication over issues including the timing of President Trump's visit to China. Now, remember, as the West Asian tensions and escalations rise, China and US stand as opposing partners in the face of this conflict. However, Trump also said on Monday that because of the war, he has proposed a delay to the trip that he's taking to Beijing, which was earlier scheduled for late March to early April. Now, Chinese Foreign Ministry has also said that US officials clarified, and I'm quoting them, that the visit is unrelated to the issue of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Trump reportedly said that he would like to know before leaving for Beijing whether China would help secure the strait or not. Now, remember, US President Donald Trump scrambling for support. First, he campaigned for support inside EU countries, which completely took a back step. Now, he's trying to bank on China to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Now, a US trade official also said he walked back the statement, saying a postponement will be unrelated to China's help in the strait. Again, US's stand throughout this war has been completely unclear. First, they do not know what their agenda for the war is. Now, they are not able to justify what Trump's visit to China in these turbulent times is going to mean. Where on one hand, US President Donald Trump says that this will be directly related to China's capabilities and China's accessibility for regaining control over the Strait of Hormuz. His foreign secretary, Trump's foreign secretary, says that the visit is irrespective of Chinese capabilities to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Viewers, now shifting focus to some more breaking development that we're tracking. Now, Australia and New Zealand have called for an end to the war that's ongoing in West Asia. Now, Australia and New Zealand governments' ministers have agreed that the West Asia war should end as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. The Australian and New Zealand foreign and defense ministers met for annual talks just today in Australia's capital of Canberra, where they agreed that the tensions that are escalating in West Asia must be deterred, a mediation must be set up, and that military expansion, military escalation must be stopped at all costs as soon as possible. Now, New Zealand's Foreign Minister Winston Peters told reporters at a joint press conference after the meeting, and I'm quoting him, he said that we discussed the issues that are ongoing in the West Asia war, highlighting that Australia stands for peace. He said that we want this crisis to end as quickly as possible and move to a negotiated solution. Now, peace calls for diplomatic talks, call for geopolitical interventions amid the West Asia escalations growing from all sides possible. It was India first, and now Australia and New Zealand have also called for an end to the war. Viewers, now shifting focus to the proxies of the war. Now, Lebanon also remains in the middle of the ongoing conflict in West Asia, and the breaking that we have is that Israeli airstrikes have wounded 5 Lebanese soldiers in southern Lebanon. Now, Lebanon's army has said 2 to 5 soldiers were seriously wounded after an Israeli airstrike just this morning hit the Kharge village inside Lebanon. Now remember, Israel is not only continuing its war against Iran with the help of US, but Israel is also battering deep inside the Lebanese territories. In fact, it first began with a ground incursion from southern Israel, and now Israeli airstrikes in these 2 weeks of the war have done a lot of damage inside Lebanon, not just to the territories, but today we're learning that at least 5 of Lebanese soldiers have been seriously wounded, and this is a statement that we get directly from the Lebanese army regarding the toll of wounded soldiers that has been rising in Lebanon over the US and Israeli strikes.
Viewers, now also remember, Israel's war is not just against Iran. It's also fighting all the proxies that Iran is working with, and Hezbollah becomes one of the main targets. Now remember, Hezbollah that comes out of deep territories inside Lebanon, which is why Lebanese army has had to take all these strikes from the Israeli Defense Forces. Now shifting focus quickly, viewers. Now Donald Trump is continuing with his rhetoric on taking over Cuba. Now in the latest, he said, and I'm quoting him, that I do believe I'll have the honor of taking Cuba. Take a listen into what the US president has said.
Even as the war against Iran rages on, Trump already seems to have his eyes on the next target. This time it is a lot closer to home, the South American nation of Cuba. But Trump paints a beautiful picture of a forcible takeover.
I can tell you that they're talking to us. It's a failed nation. They have no money, they have no oil, they have no nothing. They have nice land. They have nice landscape, you know. It's a beautiful island. I think they have great people. You know, I know so many people from Cuba that were treated terribly. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba see the end. You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah.
Viewers, now shifting focus and keeping on to what's happening inside West Asia as US embassies come under attack one after the other. Now, US embassy in Baghdad has been struck once again following a drone incursion. Just days before, the embassy was attacked by an Iranian missile strike that hit its helipad and completely brought the embassy to its knees. Now, this comes after Iran has recently vowed to retaliate following the heavy bombardment of the Kharge island, the strategic jewel crown of Iran, by the US government, destroying most of its oil infrastructure. Now, we have more on the story in this report that comes next. Take a look.
Several explosions were reported in Baghdad as the US embassy was hit by a drone incursion, setting the structure on fire. US CRAM system intercepted the incoming drone attack targeting the embassy. An Iran-linked militia force in Iraq has claimed responsibility for the attack. The militia also released a drone video showing how they scouted the compound before carrying out the attack. According to an official, 3 drones and 4 rockets were used in the attack, with at least 1 drone crashing inside the compound. Recently, missile strikes also hit the helipad inside the heavily fortified embassy compound in Baghdad. This is the 3rd time the embassy has been targeted in the ongoing war. So far, US embassies, military bases, and oil infrastructure in the Gulf have been key targets of the Iranian retaliatory strikes. As the embassy was being hit, fresh drone attacks were also launched at the Fujairah Petroleum Industries Zone, setting the structure on fire. This comes after Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi vowed to launch retaliatory strikes following heavy bombardment on Kharge Island.
Viewers, now a war that has been ongoing for over 3 weeks now between Pakistan and Afghanistan, and the Afghan Taliban government now claims that over 400 civilians were killed by airstrikes in Kabul after Pakistan launched an airstrike on the night of 16th of March. Now, Afghanistan's deputy government spokesperson says that the Pakistani strike targeted a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul's 9th police district. Now, Pakistan, however, has completely denied and refuted these claims and has said that they have not in fact carried out any attack on civilians or infrastructure, stating that they had only targeted military installations. More details in this report that comes forward.
A bombardment in Kabul on the night of the 16th of March resulted in the death of over 400 people. The casualties were all civilians. Moreover, they were patients at a drug rehabilitation facility. Afghanistan has stated that Pakistan was responsible for the bombing that destroyed a rehabilitation center, killing 400 people and injuring 250 others. Take a look at these visuals of emergency teams trying to rescue people from the rubble. Kabul has termed the attack a crime against humanity. Massive fires blazed and plumes of black smoke filled the air as patients desperately ran to save their lives amid the bombardment. Take a look at the same facility before the attack. Patients interacting with counselors to get better and recover from addiction. Now the structure is in ruins. Hundreds of lives lost and hundreds more injured. Popular cricketer Rashid Khan condemned the attack and expressed concern over civilian casualties. He called upon the UN and other human rights agencies to thoroughly investigate this latest atrocity and hold the perpetrators to account. Pakistan, meanwhile, has categorically denied carrying out the attack. Kabul, on the other hand, has said that this is no time for diplomacy with Islamabad and that they would retaliate.
Viewers, now what comes across as the most momentous targeting after the preemptive strikes that killed Ali Khamenei. Israel says that it has targeted top Iranian official Ali Larijani in overnight airstrike. Now it is unclear if Larijani, who is the National Security Council Secretary for Iran, has been killed or not. Now the Secretary of Iran's National Council has been injured in the strikes is what the Israeli Defense Forces are claiming. Meanwhile, there was another recent Israeli airstrike in Iran that targeted Palestinian Islamic leader Akram al-Ajuri and other top officials in the what they call Palestinian terror group. And this is as per the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. They have come out in a big statement. Now remember, on the Quds Day march also, they struck the march where Pezeshkian, the Iranian president, and the National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani were present. And remember, Ali Larijani has threatened US President Donald Trump to keep an eye out so that he is not eliminated. And in the latest, the Israeli Defense Forces have claimed that Ali Larijani may have been eliminated. However, there's no counter comment from Iranian government, and until then there is no clarity on the fate of Ali Larijani. Viewers, now Iran's Basij unit commander has been killed in part of the same strikes. Now the Israeli Defense Forces have given out another claim that Commander Gholam Reza Soleimani was killed after the Israeli Air Force carried out precision strikes. Soleimani was the commander of the Basij unit for over 6 years. Now remember, as the war escalates, Israel and Iran continue to strike and counter-strike not just territories, civilians, oil infrastructure, but also each other's intelligence and military commanders. After wiping out half of what looked like IRGC's command, top commanders, military commanders, now IDF has renewed their strikes, their targeted strikes on commanders. Now, Soleimani, who was the commander of the Basij unit for over 6 years, has been killed in what the Israeli Air Force calls precision strikes. He is Iran's Basij unit commander, and he's been killed after taking command for 6 years. Now, a huge loophole in this entire war for the Israeli intelligence, for the Iranian intelligence and the Iranian military commanders, as Israel claims killing Commander Gholam Reza Soleimani. Now remember, he was killed along with his deputy in a separate makeshift tent, which was made so that his targeting is made harder, so that he's taken out of the general military headquarters and his whereabouts are not known. But even then, the Israeli Defense Forces, Mossad, have said that they have managed to take down Gholam Reza Soleimani. who was killed in Israeli Air Force strikes, which they've called precision strikes, on Soleimani. And he was a commander of the Basij unit for over 6 years. Now remember, this comes at the heels of what can become the most momentous targeting of this entire war since the killing of Iran's slain supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, where they've said that they have also struck Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary of Iran, a key figure for Iran's security. Now, what has been confirmed so far, we have no confirmation on Ali Larijani's fate or his state, but there is a confirmed comment over the killing of the commander of Basij unit, Soleimani, who was killed by Israeli Air Force precision strikes, Gholam Reza Soleimani. Now remember, they had moved him along with his deputy, had moved to a separate tent, and that was in a bid to be able to thwart Israeli strikes, which they expected would come following them at the military headquarters. But they moved to the tent, and despite that, Israeli Defense Forces say that they have managed to take down the military commander and his deputy. Getting in some more breaking development now. Ali Larijani is set to release a statement soon. That's what we're learning. Now, the Iranian media says that soon they will publish a statement on behalf of Ali Larijani. Becomes very important because this comes at what could have been the most momentous targeting. After Ayatollah Khamenei was killed, Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary of Iran, becomes a key figure for Iranian security, was targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces not once but twice. First at the Quds Valley that took place in Tehran, and second just yesterday, after which the Israeli Defense Forces have not been able to concretize whether or not Ali Larijani was killed or he made it out alive or was he wounded. But now the Iranian media has said that Ali Larijani is set to release a statement soon. One thing becomes clear with this: Iran at least is stating that Ali Larijani is not dead. Now they've said that he will publish a statement and the media will take the statement to the world on behalf of Ali Larijani. Remember, the National Security Council Secretary of Iran, as Iran's top military commanders, their IRGC commanders, intelligence commanders, even their top military brass come under Israeli scanner, Israeli strikes. Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary, was also one of the key figures in the Iranian security that the IDF claimed to have struck. However, his fate is not known yet, but the Iranian media has said that they will put out his statement in some time from now. Now, viewers, good news for India. Two LPG tankers, Nanda Devi and Shivalik, carrying over 93,000 tons of LPG together, have already docked in India, while another LPG tanker, Jagladki, is on the way. Now, these tankers have made their way home through the Strait of Hormuz, the contentious state where commercial vessels, shipping vessels are coming under attack, and this brings a huge wave of energy relief with them. Now, Piyush Goyal has called this as a huge win and relief for India. Here's more on that story. Take a look.
3 Indian tankers have crossed the Strait of Hormuz, and 2 of them have already docked in India. Indian vessels Nanda Devi and Shivalik have already docked in India, bringing in 93,000 metric tons of LPG to India. While another Indian oil tanker, Jagladki, is expected to dock tonight, carrying 81,000 tons of crude oil. On this, Piyush Goyal says that this is a huge victory and relief for India.
आखिर आज की इतनी बड़ी दुनिया में जो संकट है, उसमें कोई भी सोच सकता था स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज में शिप्स जा नहीं सकती हैं, फ्रेट 3 गुना हो गया है, इंश्योरेंस मिलता नहीं है। इस सब के बावजूद पिछले महीने फरवरी तक हमारा ट्रेड गुड्स का भी, सर्विसेज तो चलो शिप से नहीं जानी है, सर्विसेज में तो हर महीने बढ़त हो रही है, लेकिन गुड्स भी फरवरी तक फ्लैट है, घटा नहीं है। मार्च में भी लगभग मंथ के एंड तक, पहले हफ्ते में थोड़ी कमजोरी दिखी, दूसरे हफ्ते में पॉजिटिव हो गया, और मार्च के एंड तक हम फिर एक बार मेंटेन कर लेंगे भारत का एक्सपोर्ट।
The Indian Navy took extreme care of these tankers by escorting them through the war-torn region. while the world struggles to even keep their tankers afloat in the Strait of Hormuz. India comes out victorious while bringing these Indian tankers home safe and sound.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we're decoding that the Taliban government has said that at least 400 civilians were killed in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul and over 250 have been injured. We're getting you all the details on those claims and how much truth do they hold right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला दादा बोलते का गाड़ी माता
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण ओला 1000 कोटी टाका गाडी मागवा
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं तो तुम तो अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम माल गिरा तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण ओला 1000 कोटी टाका गाडी मागवा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, on day 18 of the war in West Asia, a big claim has now come to light from Israel's side. The defense minister here has claimed that National Security Chief Ali Larijani has been eliminated. Now, whether and how he was killed, we'll get you all the details in this bulletin. But first up, let's take a look at the top headlines. Taliban spokesperson speak exclusively with Republic on the Pakistan strikes conducted inside Kabul overnight. Exclusive shots coming to light from Kabul hospital where Pakistan conducted strikes. Over 400 killed and 250 injured in these strikes. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast emerges. Breaking news, Kabul confirms there will be no talks with Islamabad. Israel claims top Iranian commander Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of the besieged unit forces for the past 6 years, has now been killed. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, and IRS 6 Ukrainians and 1 US man accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. After Shivaleka's second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, third crude oil tanker Jag Ladki to dock tonight at 8 p.m. All right, viewers, we've got a big breaking news coming up from West Asia. Israeli Defense Minister has now confirmed that Ali Larijani has been eliminated, the head of Iran's National Security Council, someone who was closely linked with Ayatollah and has been working with IRGC behind the lens. And now we're looking at him, in fact, being killed. A big claim coming to light from the Israeli side, where the defense minister himself has confirmed that Ali Larijani was killed.
गेल इंडिया और बीपीसीएल ये सारी कंपनी जो भी उपभोक्ता पीएनजी कनेक्शन लेना चाहते हैं उनके लिए तरह तरह के इंसेंटिव घोषित किए हैं। इसी क्रम में भारत सरकार ने कल सभी राज्य सरकारों को और यूनियन टेरिटरीज की गवर्नमेंट्स को लेटर लिखा है और उसमें रिक्वेस्ट की गई है कि जितनी भी पाइपलाइन ले करने की परमिशंस वहाँ पेंडिंग हैं उन्हें डीम्ड अप्रूवल दे दिया जाए। जो नई एप्लीकेशंस आ रही हैं उनको 24 घंटे के अंदर अप्रूव किया जाए। इसके अलावा रोड रेस्टोरेशन और परमिशन चार्जेस जो राज्य सरकार या लोकल अथॉरिटी लेवी करती है उसको वेव ऑफ कर दिया जाए। वर्किंग आवर और वर्किंग सीजन में रिलैक्सेशन दे दिए जाए और एक नोडल अधिकारी को भी नियुक्त किया जाए ताकि कोऑर्डिनेशन हो सके और वर्क फास्टर एग्जीक्यूट हो सके। एलपीजी के संबंध में मैं फिर यही कहना चाहूँगी कि स्थिति अभी भी चिंताजनक है, किंतु किसी भी एलपीजी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर पर ड्राई आउट नहीं है। इसके अलावा एलपीजी सप्लाईज सिलेंडर्स की डिलीवरी सभी घरेलू उपभोक्ताओं के लिए पहले की तरह ही हो रही है। ऑनलाइन बुकिंग के लिए मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूँगी कि इसमें काफ़ी इम्प्रूवमेंट है और आज की तारीख में लगभग 94% बुकिंग सिलेंडर्स की ऑनलाइन ही हो रही है। डिलीवरी ऑथेंटिकेशन कोड में भी इम्प्रूवमेंट है और अब यह 76% है। सो देयर इज़ एन इम्प्रूवमेंट देयर ऑल्सो। कमर्शियल एलपीजी सप्लाईज जो कि शुरू में एकदम बंद थी, बाद में पार्शियल रेस्टोरेशन हुआ और जो सिलेंडर्स विभिन्न राज्य सरकारों के और यूनियन टेरिटरीज के डिस्पोजल पर रखे गए वहाँ पर भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो रहा है। और बहुत सारी सरकारें जैसे बिहार, दिल्ली, गुजरात, हरियाणा, हिमाचल प्रदेश, कर्नाटक, मणिपुर, राजस्थान, उत्तराखंड इत्यादि ने ऑलरेडी नॉन डोमेस्टिक एलपीजी के एलोकेशन ऑर्डर्स भी इशू किए हैं। केरोसिन के बारे में मैं आपको पहले बता चुकी हूँ कि क्वार्टरली एलोकेशन के साथ साथ लगभग 48,000 केएल केरोसिन हाउस होल्ड यूज़ के लिए एडिशनल एलोकेशन किया गया था। इसके संबंध में सभी राज्य सरकारों से और केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों की सरकारों से ये रिक्वेस्ट की गई थी कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 1 या 2 जगह आइडेंटिफाई करें जहां पर ये डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो सके। इसी क्रम में कई राज्य सरकारों ने जैसे बिहार, छत्तीसगढ़, मणिपुर, केरलम, तमिलनाडु, यूपी, गुजरात और कर्नाटक ने एसकेओ एलोकेशन ऑर्डर्स भी जारी किए हैं। एसेंशियल कमोडिटीज एक्ट और एलपीजी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर के अंतर्गत राज्य सरकारों की भूमिका होर्डिंग और ब्लैक मार्केटिंग को रोकने के लिए बहुत अहम है और इसीलिए एसेंशियल कमोडिटीज़ के सप्लाई और मॉनिटरिंग के लिए उनका रोल बहुत अहम हो जाता है। भारत सरकार ने 13 तारीख को सभी स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरीज की सरकार से अनुरोध किया कि वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर्स को और एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज को कोऑर्डिनेटेड इंस्पेक्शन और सरप्राइज इंस्पेक्शंस के लिए आदेश दें। इस क्रम में बहुत सारी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स ने ऑलरेडी कंट्रोल रूम एस्टैब्लिश कर लिए हैं और इनफैक्ट कई सारी सरकारों ने तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर भी मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कर दिया है, जैसे राजस्थान, तेलंगाना, गोवा, हिमाचल प्रदेश, जम्मू कश्मीर, महाराष्ट्र, उड़ीसा, तमिलनाडु। एटसेट्रा। इसके अलावा जहाँ जहाँ पर डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल मॉनिटरिंग कमेटीज़ का सेटअप नहीं हुआ है, वहाँ पर हमारी उन सभी सरकारों से रिक्वेस्ट है कि कृपया इस मॉनिटरिंग कमेटीज़ को जल्दी से सेटअप करें। एनफोर्समेंट एक्शन के बारे में अब तक पिछले कुछ दिनों में लगभग 12,000 रेड हुई हैं, लगभग 15,000 सिलेंडर्स सीज हुए हैं। I will just share some examples with you. Like दिल्ली में कल लगभग 600 सिलेंडर सीज किए गए हैं। इसी तरह यूपी में पिछले कुछ दिनों में लगभग 450 इंस्पेक्शंस और रेड हुई हैं, 10 लोगों को अरेस्ट भी किया गया है। जम्मू कश्मीर में 564 रेड हुई हैं, FIR हुई है, अरेस्ट भी हुआ है। केरला में लगभग 1000 रेड और इंस्पेक्शन हुई हैं और डोमेस्टिक और कमर्शियल सिलेंडर सीज हुए हैं। मध्य प्रदेश में भी लगभग 1200 रेड्स हुई हैं और लगभग 1800 सिलेंडर्स सीज हुए हैं। इसके अलावा हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज की जो इंस्पेक्शन टीम्स हैं वो भी एक्टिवेटेड हैं और लगभग 2500 रिटेल आउटलेट्स और LPG डिस्ट्रीब्यूटरशिप्स पर सरप्राइज इंस्पेक्शन हुआ है। आखिर में आप सभी के माध्यम से मैं देशवासियों से अपील करना चाहूँगी कि अफवाहों से बचें, घबराएं नहीं, ऑनलाइन बुकिंग करें और LPG सिलेंडर की डिलीवरी उनके घर पर होगी। पैनिक बुकिंग से बचें। कल भी लगभग 70 लाख पैनिक बुकिंग रजिस्टर हुई और इसके अलावा मैं ये भी कहना चाहूँगी कि जहाँ पर ऑल्टरनेट फ्यूल्स संभव हैं, चाहे PNG हो, चाहे इंडक्शन या इलेक्ट्रिक कुकटॉप हो, उसका प्रयोग करें और LPG को किफ़ायत से यूज़ करें। जहाँ भी संभव हो कंजर्वेशन करें। यही हमारी आपके द्वारा सभी से अपील है। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। ओवर टू यू सर फॉर शिपिंग अपडेट्स।
धन्यवाद। आप सभी को नमस्कार। पिछले 24 घंटों में कोई सूचना नहीं है। हमारे सारे नाविक और जहाज सुरक्षित हैं गल्फ रीजन में। जैसा पहले भी बताया था, 22 ऐसे वेसल हैं इंडियन फ्लैग के, उसमें 611 भारतीय नाविक हैं और सभी सुरक्षित हैं। और DG शिपिंग, RPSL एजेंसी, सारे स्टेक होल्डर, शिप ओनर, शिपिंग लाइंस के थ्रू हम रेगुलर संपर्क में इन लोगों से हैं। जब से कंट्रोल रूम एक्टिवेट किया है तब से 3000 से ज़्यादा फ़ोन कॉल, करीब 6000 ईमेल का रिस्पांस दिया जा चुका है और पिछले 24 घंटों में 150 कॉल, 150 टेलीफोनिक कॉल्स और करीब 450 ईमेल्स प्राप्त हुई और उनका रिस्पांस दिया गया। पिछले 24 घंटों में 161 भारतीय नाविकों को गल्फ रीजन में साइन ऑफ के बाद रिपैट्रिएट करके भारत वापस लाया गया है। ये काम हमारी एम्बेसीज और मिशंस के द्वारा कोऑर्डिनेशन से किया गया। LPG कैरियर दूसरा नंदा देवी रात में करीब 2:30 बजे, आज रात 2:30 बजे करीब, अर्ली मॉर्निंग 2:30 बजे कह लें, वो कांडला पे पहुंचा और अब दोनों ही LPG कैरियर से, शिवालिक और नंदा देवी से कार्गो का डिस्चार्ज हो रहा है। मल्टीपल डिस्चार्जेस हैं। नंदा देवी का डिस्चार्ज शिप टू शिप है, फ्रॉम मदर शिप टू डॉटर शिप, वो अभी चल रहा है। पोर्ट पे वेसल मूवमेंट और कार्गो ऑपरेशंस को सुचारू बनाने के लिए सारा प्रयत्न किया गया है। कल मैंने जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट के विषय में बताया था, आज मैं दूसरे पोर्ट के विषय में बताऊंगा। चिदम्बरनार पोर्ट जो VOCPA पोर्ट तूतीकोरिन में है, वहाँ पे 90,000 स्क्वायर मीटर का एडिशनल स्पेस अलॉट हुआ है फॉर स्टोरेज ऑफ कंटेनर्स, ट्रांसशिपमेंट कंटेनर्स। एक न्यूज़ रिपोर्ट थी आज सुबह कि जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट पे करीब 450 कंटेनर रोड पे पड़े हुए हैं, JNPA के बाहर पड़े हुए हैं, एट JNPA, आउट ऑन द रोड, नॉट इन दी स्टैकयार्ड। मैं क्लैरिफाई कर दूं कि ये रिपोर्ट निराधार है। कंटेनर्स जो है वो CFS में, जो कंटेनर फ्रेट स्टेशन हैं, उसमें, वेयर हाउसेज में और फैक्ट्री की प्रीमिसेस में है जो JNPA की पॉलिसी के अनुसार है। जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट या नवा शेवा पोर्ट में 1000 कंटेनर्स जो पेरिशेबल गुड्स वाले हैं, पहले 1000 कंटेनर्स हैं जो पहले 2000 होते थे। इसमें 2 वजह से ऐसा नंबर कम हुआ है। एक तो बैक टू टाउन जो प्रोसेस है उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हुआ, और दूसरा कुछ वेसल्स जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट से सलाला पोर्ट या खोरफाकन पोर्ट के लिए चले गए, इससे कुछ इवैक्यूएशन हुआ है। तो ये नंबर घट के अभी 1000 हो गया है, और आज भी एक ऐसा शिप निकलेगा, तो उसे करीब 200 और भी कंटेनर कम हो जाएंगे। ये पेरिशेबल गुड्स की केवल मैं बात बता रहा हूँ। और भी अगले आने वाले करीब 24 घंटे से 48 घंटे के बीच में फर्दर ये रिड्यूस होकर के नंबर घट के करीब 600 हो जाएगा, कंटेनर्स ऑफ पेरिशेबल गुड्स। और जैसा पहले भी मैंने बताया था, मंत्रालय में हम वेरी क्लोजली इसको मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, शिपिंग के मूवमेंट को, पोर्ट के ऑपरेशंस को, सेफ्टी ऑफ इंडियन सीफेयरर्स को, और कंटिन्यूटी ऑफ मैरीटाइम ट्रेड को। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Over to Randir ji for any updates.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, to update you with some of the developments in regard to Ministry of External Affairs. As you are aware, our External Affairs Minister, he visited Brussels. There he was invited by the EU High Representative and Vice President, Her Excellency Kaja Kallas, to attend the EU Foreign Affairs Council meeting. At the meeting, apart from discussing India-EU ties, he and other ministers of the European Union, foreign ministers of the various countries of the EU, they discussed global challenges, particularly the situation in West Asia, including its effect on energy security. The ministers, they also underlined the need for dialogue and diplomacy to be adopted to bring an early end to this particular conflict. On the margins of the Foreign Affairs Council meeting, External Affairs Minister had bilateral meetings with EU High Representative and Vice President, Madam Kaja Kallas, and the foreign ministers of Belgium, Cyprus, Germany, Netherlands, and Slovakia. In these discussions as well, he exchanged views on latest international developments. Coming to Iran, yesterday I had told you that some 650 people, Indian nationals, students included, had crossed over from Iran into Armenia and Azerbaijan, and from there to come back home. To that figure of 650 or so, we have 50 more Indian nationals who've crossed over to Armenia, and few more in addition to Azerbaijan. Yesterday I also told you, gave you an update on 284 Indian pilgrims who had gone to Iran. They had successfully crossed over into Armenia yesterday. Of those 284 pilgrims, 130 of them will be arriving in Delhi today. On the control room situation, the MEA control room remains fully functional and supporting the needs of our Indian nationals. But I must say that the number of calls or emails have reduced significantly. For example, yesterday we received only 22 calls and 6 emails, and these were attended to. That is all that I have to give you an update on. Thank you.
Thank you, Asim ji.
Good afternoon. As my colleague has just mentioned, just to add to some things what he has mentioned, the Ministry of External Affairs continues to closely monitor the evolving situation in West Asia and the Gulf region. The safety, well-being and security of the Indian community across the region continues to remain our highest priority. Ministry's dedicated special control room remains operational to assist and address queries from Indian nationals and their families. We remain in close touch with the state governments and union territories to share information and coordinate our efforts. Our missions and posts across the region are functioning round the clock, operating 24/7 helplines, maintaining regular contact with a large number of Indian community associations and organizations which are spread across the region, and issuing updated advisories to keep our citizens informed. They also remain in constant touch with the local governments, and we continue to render all assistance to stranded Indian nationals, students, seafarers and short-term visitors, including assistance for visas, logistical support where required, and facilitating transit arrangements. To give you an update on the airspace and flight status, since February 28th, around 244,000 passengers have returned from the region to India. In UAE Civil Aviation authorities temporarily closed the airspace early this morning, which was later reopened after a few hours. Airlines continue to operate limited non-scheduled flights based on operational and safety considerations. On March 16th, around 55 flights operated from airports in the UAE to India, and today around 70 flights are expected to operate from various airports in the UAE to destinations in India. All passengers can check revised and updated flight schedules directly with respected airlines. In case of any assistance, they can also approach our mission in Abu Dhabi and consulate in Dubai through the 24/7 helplines. Flights are operating from various airports in Saudi Arabia to different destinations in India. Flights are also operating from Oman to various destinations in India. Qatar airspace remains partially open. Qatar Airways operated 3 flights to India yesterday and is expected to operate 3 flights to India today also. In Kuwait, the airspace remains closed since 28 February 2026. Special non-scheduled commercial flights by Jazeera Airways of Kuwait are expected to operate in the coming days to India from the Al Qaisuma International Airport in Saudi Arabia. In Bahrain and Iraq, where airspace remains closed, transit of Indian nationals is being facilitated through Saudi Arabia. An update on the incident in Sohar city in Oman. The mortal remains of the 2 Indian nationals who unfortunately lost their lives in the incident in Sohar city in Oman have been received by the families in Jaipur today. We express our deepest condolences to the families of the deceased. The embassy remains in regular contact with the hospital authorities and the company to monitor the condition of the injured Indian nationals. None of the Indian nationals are reported to be seriously injured. On the Seaface Vishnu, which was the incident which took place off the coast of Iraq in Basra, our mission team is on ground to assist for the early return of the 15 Indian crew members of Safe Sea Vishnu, who were safely evacuated and are currently residing in a hotel in Basra. They are also coordinating with the concerned Iraqi authorities for early repatriation of the mortal remains of the Indian national who unfortunately lost his life in the incident. We will keep you updated on the Safe Sea Vishnu incident also. And to conclude, just to mention that 5 Indian nationals have unfortunately lost their lives and 1 is missing in earlier incidents. The mortal remains of 2 Indian nationals from Oman have arrived in India today. Our missions in Oman, Iraq and UAE are in regular touch with the concerned authorities regarding the missing Indian national and for the early repatriation of mortal remains of the 3 other deceased Indian nationals after completion of requisite formalities.
All right, viewers, moving on to more breaking news coming in from West Asia. Now, in the thick of war, we're looking at claims and counterclaims being made from both the sides. Right after Israel claimed that Ali Larijani has been killed and eliminated in the strikes, we're looking at his handle, in fact, on X, posting a statement which is a handwritten statement by Ali Larijani himself. So, essentially signaling that the leader has not been killed in the strikes conducted overnight by Israel. So we're looking at claims and counterclaims as the war escalates on day 18 of the conflict. Earlier, it was a statement issued by the defense minister of Israel saying that Ali Larijani, the national security chief of Iran, has now been eliminated in the strikes which were conducted overnight. There were reports that he was present at the IRGC headquarters, which was struck in the Israeli strikes. But now we're looking at a statement being posted from his handle on X. It's a handwritten note posted, in fact, on a social media handle, X. All right, viewers, we're also being joined by Lieutenant General Asit, a mystery defense expert. Thank you, Lieutenant General, for joining us on Republic. So I want to ask you, there were claims made by Israel that the National Security Chief of Iran, Ali Larijani, has been eliminated in the strikes. And now we're looking his handle, in fact, on X, posting a handwritten note talking about the martyrdom of Iranian and Navy sailors. How do you look at these developments that are now coming to light, sir?
Well, Israel has made claims of having neutralized not only Ali Larijani, who has been the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, but also having neutralized the chief of the Basij militia, which is their internal security force.
Right, sir.
Well, these are claims made by Israelis. As yet, this has not been acknowledged or confirmed by Iran, and there is no, a confirmed, definite indication of Larijani having been neutralized. But if he is actually neutralized, it will be one more top leader, having been decapitated. But does that lead to a strategic gain? That is the major question.
Right, sir. If these rumors are found to be true, it's not just another leader, another top Iranian leader, but also somebody who's been closely working with IRGC and also the newly elected supreme leader.
Absolutely. Larijani has been the linchpin of the response of the IRGC and response of the Iranian regime once the top leadership was neutralized on that first strike on 28th February. While formally Mujtaba Khamenei has been appointed as the supreme leader, but the person controlling all the activities and response of Iran is largely Ali Larijani. He's 67 years old. He's had various appointments. He's very, very experienced and a very balanced and well-known person who's been at the crux, at the center of their security framework. So his neutralization would be a big kind of an advantage to the Americans and the Israelis. But it still comes back to that. Does that really seriously impinge on the mosaic defense that Iran has been displaying so far?
Right, so I think I agree with you on that point. So also talking about the broader picture, we have seen a statement coming in from Mujtaba Khamenei that Iran will not be accepting the ceasefire proposals. In fact, Iran will decide when the war will end. So in the light of that statement coming in, how do you see, what can we expect from this conflict in the coming few days?
From all these statements that are coming out from Iran, it is quite evident that they are in no mood to give up. Right. And that they are not as badly incapacitated as they are made out to be. While they have suffered a lot of degradation, their missile and drone capability has taken a lot of hits, but they are still able to retaliate. And today, even if you see the kind of information warfare, the psychological warfare that Iranians have launched, today, there have been statements by their spokesman which tends to kind of mock the American claims. It says the results or outcomes of conflicts are not decided on tweets, but on the battlefield. And he's also said that the American Operation Epic Fury actually needs to be renamed as Epic Fear. So they are not only retaliating physically by way of missiles and drones, but even in terms of the psychological domain, they now seem to be taking certain amount of initiative.
That's a very interesting point, sir, that you've raised. I want to talk about this. When we talk about the narrative warfare, the information warfare, despite the US and Israel having a superiority in terms of the equipment that they have, the forces that they have, Iran does look like it's emerging as a defiant country.
Absolutely. It is proved not once, numerous times that it is in no mood to give up despite the kind of damage and the devastation that it has suffered. And there you need to go back to the psyche of the Shia Muslims, where martyrdom is part and parcel of their value system. So therefore, their ability to withstand punishment and destruction is not something that has been factored in correctly by the Americans and the Israelis. you need to factor in what the enemy could do. Like today, President Trump has also given a statement that they did not expect Iran to start hitting at the Gulf Arab countries. Now, if that is the kind of contingencies you have not foreseen, then what planning have you done for your campaign? You have to prepare for a campaign and not just one tactical battle of having decapitating strikes. That is just the conflict initiation. What about conflict sustainment, conflict management, and then conflict termination? How do you achieve your objectives? That is what is important.
Right. All right, Lieutenant General Asit Mistry, thank you so much for joining us on Republic and sharing your inputs. And now, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. But coming up on the other side, Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a Kabul hospital. The Afghan government claims it will retaliate the attack that killed over 400 and injured 250 in the hospital. Coming up, more details on the attack on Kabul hospital on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भाई, चला है।
Warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwajan. Israeli Defense Forces have said that they have struck Ali Larijani, a key figure in Iranian security. Getting you all the details. Here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Taliban spokesperson speaks exclusively with Republic on the hospital attack in Kabul that killed 400, terms it as crime against humanity. Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a Kabul hospital. The Afghan government has termed the attack a slaughterhouse of dreams. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast, breaking news emerges. Kabul has confirmed that there will be no talks with Islamabad. Israel claims top Iranian commander Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of the Basij unit for the past 6 years, has been killed. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, the NIA arrests 6 Ukrainian and 1 US man accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. After Shivalik's second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, third crude oil tanker Jug Ladki docks tonight at 8 p.m. Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to a breaking development that we're tracking. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces said that they have struck Larijani. However, now he's issued a statement on his social media handle on X. Now, this is confirmation that Ali Larijani is alive. Now, remember, he's a key security figure in the Iranian security scene. He is the National Security Council Secretary for the Iranian military. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces earlier today claimed that they did strike Ali Larijani, making a huge cloud over the Iranian security systems. But now Ali Larijani has issued a statement on his social media handle on X, refuting all claims of his assassination, his possible assassination. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces said that in the same strike, at least 2 other military commanders were killed, a military commander and his deputy who were in hiding. They were in a decoy tent set up to avoid getting struck by the Israeli Defense Forces in the military headquarters. But now they also said that they struck Ali Larijani. Remember, this was the second strike over Ali Larijani. And viewers, this is a conspiracy that's been ongoing in the war that broke out on the 28th of February. There were rumors about Prime Minister Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, also being assassinated by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. However, right after that, on the left side, you can see the Israeli Prime Minister released a candid video of himself at a coffee shop in Israel. And now the second rumor that was started by the IDF, not so much a rumor, but they said that they did manage to strike Ali Larijani in coordinated precision drone strikes. However, Ali Larijani has now issued a statement on his social media handle on X. Now, this refutes and removes the clouds of doubts over Ali Larijani's elimination. Remember, this could have been the most momentous elimination or assassination after the preemptive strikes that killed the now slain supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And now the Israeli Defense Forces came for Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary, not once but twice. The first strike was seen at the Quds Valley March, the visuals of which remain on your screen, where Israel struck the march that was also attended by not just Ali Larijani, but the Iranian President Pezeshkian. And now they also claim that earlier today they struck Ali Larijani, the National Security Council head for Iranian military. Now, viewers, rumors about the death of leaders have been making rounds as part of the war. In fact, we're also being joined by Major General K.K. Sinha to get us more updates onto the matter. Major General, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. You know, this fear, rumor mongering that's been ongoing, they said that they have eliminated Ali Larijani. That could have actually completely changed the course of this war. But now he's come out with a statement on his social media, which almost confirms that he's not been eliminated. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces earlier said that he was struck and his whereabouts were not confirmed since the attack. Your first reaction on this, Major General?
Good afternoon, and Jai Hind. Yeah, there is a claim by IDF. I think the IDF chief has claimed that last night that Ali Larijani, who is the Secretary of National Security Council, he was targeted along with the Bajid Force Commander, and both have been eliminated. The claim is that, Ali Larijani is his son. They were in the safe house. They carried out a successful bombardment and aerial strike, and they were eliminated. But it has been again repeated by the Iran. They say, of course, there is nothing like that. And he has made a statement, a public statement now. It means that he is still alive. He is actually after Ayatollah Khamenei's, demise, he is controlling the complete operation, and especially, the way he has, spread it not only to the American bases. Now he is saying that, the American 15 companies in the Middle East, they should, just wind up and leave this area. The way the Hormuz has been, closed, and it is now 16 days, 18 days war, last 16 days it has been closed. Crude oil has gone 137. So these claims and counterclaims, and actually these are, it will carry on for some time because, aerial strike has a limitation.
Yeah.
And by aerial strikes, you can't achieve everything in the change of regime. It seems that the regime is much more stronger, and the IRGC has got the complete grip of Iran.
Yeah.
And they have got the support of both China and Russia. I think it will going to continue to claim and counterclaim, and even they eliminate, they have got, third tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier, the leadership. Larijani is a very important man. There was a rumor a few days back that there is a trip between Mustafa and Larijani. Larijani wants to be, the supreme leader. But these are, all this info warfare they carry out. They did carry out a strike, but I think, they have missed him. He was in the safe house, underneath in tunnels, something like that. I don't think he has been eliminated.
Right, sir. In fact, Major General K. Kisana also speak to us about what this means for the IRGC. First there was a statement that said that Mustafa Khamenei was also struck by the Israeli Defense Forces and the US ally. And now there was news that Ali Larijani was also struck. While their military commanders, IRGC intelligence commanders, have been eliminated as part of various bombardments, the top brass remains in place. No regime change in sight. And do you think that the Israeli Defense Forces have been able to fracture the military structure inside Iran?
See, it started on 28th February when they, the Americans and the Israelis got a, target right. They eliminated Ayatollah Khamenei along with 48 top leaders. And after that, they, the way they are claiming and the counter-claiming, even they are today, they're claiming that the Wajid force commander has been, who has been their leader from last 6 years, he has been eliminated. There is no news about it. But, this time, the way the West thinks that the mode of this type of leadership is eliminated, they are complete IRGC will be compromised. I don't think it is true with Iran. Iran, actually, the 9 crore people now, they have got nationalism, and there is a, there is a backing to this regime. They do not want to go down the history, and they were thinking the regime change and the people will come to the street and they will change it. That is not, happening.
Yeah.
People are now more, they are aligned towards the IRGC, and, they have got a pride. The pride can't be hit, like this. If they think that it can be done in Venezuela, they will be able to do it here. These are two different ball games altogether.
Right, sir. In fact, thanks very much for speaking to Republic, sir. Viewers, in fact, we're also being joined by retired Major General Shashi Asthana, who joins us live on the broadcast to get us more details into the matter. Major General Asthana, your first comments on the fact that Ali Larijani, IDF said, was assassinated. However, he's now released a statement on X, and that suggests that he is very much alive, safe and sound. Your first comments on this?
See, in the war which is happening, the information war, narrative war, psychological war, this is going to continue. We cannot say that whatever Israel is claiming is wrong. It may be right as well. Larijani may have been killed. And we also cannot say that that is right because Iran is defying it and backing it with a video. So we will have to, I'm sure the truth will lie somewhere in between. And we will accept, or I think as neutral analyst, we will accept Larijani getting killed only when Iran accepts it.
Right.
Because in case of others as well, you would have seen that after a while, they accepted the death of Khomeini and Israel had declared much earlier. But after that, I think everybody started accepting it.
Yeah.
But notwithstanding that, the way this war is being fought, it will not make much of difference.
Yeah.
For the simple reason, because they have succession plan, they have a whole lot of commanders, and in a regime which is radicalized, a regime which is now where the supreme leader has been killed, and it is looking at survival, these deaths will not matter much. After all, you would have seen that after the pager attack in Hezbollah, so many leaders got killed of Hezbollah. Yet Hezbollah has again picked up the courage and the strength to strike Israel again after 6 months.
Yeah.
So I think somebody else will take it on. And people today, the level of hatred against US and Israel is much more than the anger against the regime. And therefore they are falling towards the regime, and as a country, because their pride has been hit, their survival has been hit, their sovereignty, integrity has been hit. So I'm sure Israel is going to come out of this shock, if true, also.
Right. Major General Asthana, in fact, continue being with us. We also have now accessed a handwritten note that Ali Larijani issued for the military commanders who were martyred as part of the ongoing operations between Israel, Iran and the United States. Now, he said that he called the martyrs heroes of the Navy in the Islamic Republic of Iran's army in Dena. In fact, he said that this is considered as a sacrifice, a noble sacrifice which was made for the larger Iranian good. In fact, he also said that this was testament against international forces of arrogance, and that their memory will remain immortal in the hearts of the Iranian people. Now remember, viewers, very important to recall that the entire Iranian population, all Iranian people were marching shoulder to shoulder to mourn the deaths of their military commanders at their funeral when the Israeli Defense Forces and the United States together killed multiple top brass commanders of the IRGC, the Iranian military, and the Iranian intelligence. And now Ali Larijani has issued a statement calling their sacrifice supreme and for the larger good of the Iranian territory and the people. In fact, he's also said that he will ask Almighty God for the highest ranks for these dear martyrs. Those are his exact words. The handwritten note that you can see onto your left, and the translation of each word carefully curated and put onto the right side. These are the words of Ali Larijani, the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council of Iran. In fact, we're continuously being joined by Major General Shashi Asthana, who joins us, who continues being with us on the broadcast. Major General Asthana, coming back to you, you know, this is a testament that Iran is not looking to back down in the war against US and Israel. In fact, this also, very importantly, comes at the heels of Iran now refuting any calls for negotiation or for dialogue over the ongoing escalations in West Asia. Your first take on this? Iran is not ready to negotiate. In fact, they have vowed to fight the US till the very end. So your first reaction on this, Major General Asthana?
See, as of now, Iran has understood that their resilience and the US discomfort in continuation of this war is evident. And therefore, they need not buckle down. Also, I think US has made fair amount of miscalculations, strategic miscalculations, in a manner that if Taliban did not buckle down for 20 years and they did not surrender, President Trump saying that unconditional surrender is the aim of Iran is the aim, I think that is far too ambitious. Because if Taliban did not did not surrender for 20 years, obviously there is no way that Iran is going to surrender. Iran is much stronger. The terrain is much more difficult than what Afghanistan is. There is a mountainous terrain. There are fair amount of folds and caves and tunnels to survive their combat power, whether it is missiles or drones or things like that. So I think what is going to happen is that as of now, we can see the conventional war and all kinds of narrative war, cyber war, as we mentioned, and psychological war. But after a little while, when the arsenal of Iran is going to come down, and their ammunition expenditure will be much more, they are going to shift to some kind of guerrilla warfare in a manner that they will do harassing fire. Few drones fired on the embassies or on the financial centers in around Iran, that is in the Middle East, of anything linked with the USA or Israel, and that will keep everybody, keep America disturbed, and America will not be able to declare that no, they have surrendered, or I have conquered, or I'm victorious. That chance they will not give it to them. And now also, in fact, President Trump, given the way he has behaved earlier, many strategists were expecting that one fine day he will say, no, I have killed so many people, and I have destroyed, and I have erased everything to ground, and I am victorious, and I hereby declare ceasefire. But then here the danger is that the moment he declares ceasefire, there will be 2 more drones coming somewhere on his base or somewhere on his ship. And he can't say that, okay, now I've declared ceasefire or everything is obliterated.
Right, sir. In fact, sir, just requesting you to hold your thought there. We're also being joined by my colleague Ishita Mitra right from the newsroom to get us more updates on the matter. Ishita, speak to us about the latest that you're getting in.
Right, of course, Gesu, we're looking at the propaganda where warfare escalating in the war in West Asia. We're looking at both the sides now making claims and counterclaims. There were claims made by the Israeli side that Ali Larijani, who's the Secretary of the National Security Council in Iran, has now been eliminated in the strikes. And right after that claim was made from Israeli side, we saw that his handle on X posted a handwritten letter. Now, Republic here, in fact, has got the letter, the copy of the letter. You can see it's been signed off by his name. Let me also read it down for our viewers what exactly this letter which has now been posted from Ali Larijani's handle on X says actually. Let me read it down for our viewers. It's a handwritten note, and it says that in the name of the exalted, the martyrdom of the heroes of the Navy in the Islamic Republic of Iran's army in Dana is now considered a part of the sacrifices of the noble Iranian people which have been manifested amidst the confrontation. Now he goes on to in fact talk about the sacrifice of the Iranian sailors in Dana, and then he signs it off by saying, and I ask Almighty God for the highest ranks for these dear martyrs. Ali Larijani, Secretary of the National Security Council. He also mentions the date, Tehran, March 17. So exactly a claim that's now been put up from the Iranian side to in fact show that Ali Larijani, who's been closely associated with IRGC, has been working with the Revolutionary Guard as far as the attacks on US assets is concerned, is not dead. Now remember, we're getting his visuals. He was last seen on the Quds Day rally in Tehran. They were all the top Iranian officials, right from the President, Foreign Minister, to the National Security Council heads. They were out there to in fact send a message to US and the allies that they are not afraid. It's a defiant Iran that's standing up to now the aggression from Israel and US. That was the message sent, and now in fact a copy of the letter that we have accessed has been put up by Iran just to show that all the claims are being made by from the Israeli side, in fact, are not true. So we're certainly looking at an escalation in the propaganda warfare as the battlefield also heats up. Back to you, Gesu.
Right, Ishita. Thanks for getting in those details. In fact, now quickly coming back to Major General Shashi Asthana, who continues being with us on the broadcast. Sir, I also want to understand, now, we know that top military commanders of the IRGC, the Iranian military, in fact, also their intelligence body, have been killed as part of the Israeli strikes over the course of this war. The first one was a preemptive strike on the supreme leader himself. Even after that, now Moshtaba Khamenei is all safe and sound. Ali Larijani completely safe and sound. In fact, they carried out rallies against the Israeli aggression as well. And this comes when they have said no to a ceasefire demand. I want to understand, do you think that this is a war that Iran is losing? Or is this a strategic choice that Iran is making to continue the war that's ongoing between Israel, Iran and the United States?
See, the strategic choice which has been given to Iran by US and Israel is survival. There is no other way that Iran can handle this. So apparently Iran was ready after the June attack on their nuclear facilities. They were ready, and that's why they had decentralized their command and control structure. There is something called as mosaic strategy of Iran.
Yeah.
Now, what is this mosaic strategy? It is that even in the absence of people getting killed or the higher hierarchy getting killed, the the fight must go on, and the resources which have been decentralized in various segments of IRGC, those be made use of, and the enemy targets must be struck. And they have listed out their targets, and I think these targets are known to everybody. So this is how perhaps Iran is acting even after the hierarchy has been killed. Now, even if, let's say, some more leaders are killed, the fight will go on. And also, as one can say, that the leaders, when they came out and when people came out in support of Palestinians few days back, the kind of crowd which was on the street was despite the threat of bombing by Israel and USA. And despite that, people came out in such large numbers. And there were strikes during that time also. Now that shows that the whole country is determined and perhaps standing with the regime, although they had their share of anger with the regime because of the economic problems and because of the treatment to ladies and things like that. But notwithstanding that, the hatred towards Israel and US is much more than the anger towards regime. And that is why the kind of strikes which US and Israel has done has actually been counterproductive. They thought that that will trigger a regime change. Conversely, that has put Iran completely together, and that has united Iran, the public and the regime, in a manner to withstand the assaults of US and Israel. So this is how I think this, I think, was a miscalculation from a strategic miscalculation from US and Israeli side. Back to you.
Yes, Major General Asthana, also the fact that this comes at the heels of the Fujairah port being under constant strikes from the side of the Iranian military and the IRGC. I also want to understand from you, Iran's retaliation in the larger Gulf region. Do you think that in the middle of this war now, Iran at any time from now can be eyeing global isolation over the fact that they are striking the neighborhood of the entire Gulf?
See, although the strike to the neighborhood can anger neighbors, but the problem is the bigger picture is also very clear to the neighbors. The bigger picture is the neighbors also told US and Israel not to start this war. Also, Iran is saying very clearly that we are firstly striking bases. Secondly, we are only targeting those countries who helped these Israel and US use their bases and strike us. So it is a defensive action. That is what they are saying. Now, the second issue was that why so much of civilian targets got hit. Now, Iran's explanation is that once we struck their bases, all these and their embassies, all the US staff, it shifted to the civilian area.
Definitely.
And now they are moving into civilian area, and we have no choice but to hit wherever they are.
Yeah.
So in the bargain, the civilian areas are getting hit. Also, if you see the bigger strategic picture, the aim of Iran is to create a wedge between the West Asian allies and USA.
Right.
So that proving two things: that firstly, USA cannot defend them, and secondly, USA, all their miseries are because of USA. Now,
that's a good takeaway, Major General Asthana. Yes, that's a good takeaway. The fact that US wants everyone to jump into its rescue in the war to, so to say, regain the Strait of Hormuz. But when it comes to attacks on these very countries, the US is completely mum. Now we were shifting focus. The US embassy in Baghdad has been struck once again following a drone incursion. Now, just days before the embassy was attacked by an Iranian missile strike that hit its helipad, halting all operations and raising grave alarms. Now, this comes after Iran has recently also vowed to retaliate following the heavy bombardment of the Kharge island, Iran's crown jewel, biggest oil depot, by the US, destroying most of its military infrastructure atop the island. We have more on this story in the report that comes forward. Take a look.
Several explosions were reported in Baghdad as the US embassy was hit by a drone incursion, setting the structure on fire. US CRAM system intercepted the incoming drone attack targeting the embassy. An Iran-linked militia force in Iraq has claimed responsibility for the attack. The militia also released a drone video showing how they scouted the compound before carrying out the attack. According to an official, 3 drones and 4 rockets were used in the attack, with at least 1 drone crashing inside the compound. Recently, missile strikes also hit the helipad inside the heavily fortified embassy compound in Baghdad. This is the 3rd time the embassy has been targeted in the ongoing war. So far, US embassies, military bases, and oil infrastructure in the Gulf have been key targets of the Iranian retaliatory strikes. As the embassy was being hit, fresh drone attacks were also launched at the Fujairah Petroleum Industries Zone, setting the structure on fire. This comes after Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi vowed to launch retaliatory strikes following heavy bombardment on Kharge Island.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side, where we get you details on the Taliban government speaking exclusively to Republic about the recent Pakistani strikes, which Afghan government says have killed 400 innocents inside Afghanistan. That and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Taliban spokesperson speaks exclusively with Republic on the hospital attack in Kabul that killed 400, terms it a crime against humanity. Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a Kabul hospital. The Afghan government has termed the attack a slaughterhouse of dreams. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast, breaking news emerges. Kabul confirms there will be no talks with Islamabad. Israel claims a top Iranian commander, Golem Reza Soleimani, the head of the Basij unit for the past 6 years, has now been killed. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, NIA arrests 6 Ukrainians and 1 American accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. After Shivalik, a second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India. Third crude oil tanker Jag Ladki to dock tonight at 8 p.m. Welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Ishita Mitra. Now on our top focus, we're getting some live and exclusive visuals of Kabul. Now this is the aftermath of the strikes conducted by Pakistan that killed about 400 civilians at this very hospital. Now the aftermath of those strikes is visual, is in fact as seen on your screen. You can see the damage caused due to those strikes. Now remember, in terms of human cost, already 400 civilians have been killed, over 250 are injured. And this is the exact site of the attack in Kabul. We're getting you exclusive visuals on Republic showing you the aftermath of these strikes which were conducted by Pakistan on a hospital in the capital city of Afghanistan. Now you can see the rescue work in fact underway. The assessment of damage is still being done. And this is the aftermath of those strikes conducted by Pakistan that killed over 400 civilians and injured over 250. Now, Taliban has called it a crime against humanity. They will, in fact, be retaliating against this attack. They say there is no condition under which there will be talks held with Islamabad. All right, viewers, more on this. Now, Pakistan last night launched a deadly attack on Kabul. Over 400 civilians were killed in this airstrikes after Pakistan launched an airstrike. Now, Pakistan, in fact, targeted a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul. Pakistan here, however, has denied carrying out the attack, stating that they had only targeted military installations. Now, viewers, this is nowhere a military installation, in fact, that has been attacked. Now, the casualties were all civilians. About 250 have been injured and over 400 have been killed. These were all patients, in fact, at the drug rehabilitation center. We're getting you visuals of the strikes which were conducted. Now, meanwhile, Republic also spoke to Tolo News regarding the recent developments on this attack coming to light. Take a listen.
You are saying that the Taliban government late last night made an announcement that there's going to be no question of having a dialogue with Islamabad?
You're right, yes. I personally asked him, and he joined in a program, and he said no room is left for diplomacy with Pakistan, and they are going to avenge, and they want to go into revenge these attacks on civilians as they did before. So the Pakistani side should be waiting for the response, and we cannot expect when, but of course they had confirmed that they're going to revenge these attacks, and of course they also confirmed that they're not going to attack civilians, as they already proved that, and only the installations, the military installations, and the military personnel of the Pakistani military regime will be among the targets that they are going to launch. And also, he also confirmed that last night it was not only Kabul in the hospital which was being bombed by the Pakistani military regime, but as well as the 2 locations in Nangarhar in the eastern part of Afghanistan as well was the target by these airstrikes. And you know that this is not the first time or the first incursion by the Pakistani military regime.
Right.
Of course, you remember that on 22nd last month as well, they have carried out airstrikes which killed 17 members of a single family, all women and children. They target civilians. They do not target what they call TTP, and they never proved that. Of course, they targeted TTP hideouts or any sanctuaries here in Afghanistan. They never proved that. So even it's not only the local media or the national media who report from the ground, even the international media as well, they reported that in this showcase, they proved that all the victims of these airstrikes, of these incursions or the civilians, in the United Nations as well, the United Nations assistance mission here in Kabul as well, they confirmed that all these victims were civilians. It's not now, even in the previous attacks which happened or which is carried out by the Pakistani military regime.
Hamid, help us understand what has been the response since last night. Has the Taliban decided to carry out further attacks? Because last time, Sirajuddin Haqqani had said that they are going to this time strike inside Pakistan. Has there been any response coming in from the Taliban?
So far, we don't have any report indicating that they have commenced any operations inside the Pakistani soil, but previously you have, I'm sure that you know that you have received the footages as well that they have targeted the heart of Pakistan, Islamabad, and the drones were flying over a very nuclear weapon country, and all the missions were successful based on the reports we got. And right now, so we have not reports. We don't have anything right at the moment I'm speaking with you. But previously there was a Radul Zulm operation, which is in English denying cruelty. It was on the hypothetical borderline, and they targeted the military installations of the Pakistani military regime. Even on the very first night of these operations, more than 50 Pakistani military regime personnel were killed. Based on the authentic reports, and some of the bodies were brought to this side. And of course, their post was destroyed, even in some military installations, which was very important for the Pakistani military regime inside Quetta and Islamabad and Balochistan and some other areas as well, was among the target. But for last night's reaction, we do not have any confirmed report of any operation launched from the Afghan side. But of course, the spokesperson confirmed that they are going to revenge these attacks. They will not let this unresponsive.
And now, viewers, Republic is the only Indian network to be reporting from the ground as this conflict between Islamabad and Afghanistan escalates. Now, take a look at these reports filed by my colleague Hashmat from the site of the attack in Kabul.
After the last night airstrike on Umaid Hospital, that was a civilian hospital, up to 5-6 hours, the emergency teams were trying to get the bodies. But as I know, and I asked for Republics, they said maybe some of our bodies, like on that place, they're trying to get the bodies. And also this place in this building that I'm standing here for Republic, this is all like emergency. I can see in you in the videos. This is just emergency department. That all people that they are standing here, they asking about the relatives, all the civilians. This is we have. See the boat that this Wazir Muhammad Khan emergency department. There is no any like optional staff. There's no like any police or army. There's just civilians. Civilians hospital, and they target civilian hospital. But as I get reported, there are dozens of killed and bodies and also injured are admitted in Sheikh Zayed hospital, and also in the Lamans in some hospital, in emergency hospital. This is emergency department. They didn't let us to go out, and I'm trying to have some videos for you. As I reported for Republic, the Deputy Minister for Public Health, he speaks for Republic that all the people that have targeted last night, they were civilians, and yeah, this is the emergency department. This is the people that they are asking about their relatives. This civilians talked to for Republic that he said the uncle that he is here for his brother and son, that he's admitted he's injured last night. As I asked him that the Pakistani army said that we targeted like bases, or we targeted like oil tankers or like this thing, they said no. All the target was civilian peoples, and all the civilians lost their life, and the injured was all the civilians. As I speak with Zabiullah Mujahid, the spokesperson for Islamic Marat, he said that this is not diplomatic way, and we will not try diplomatic way. He said because of this, that Pakistani always targeted our civilians, and he said we will be react very badly and very hardly, and we will target, as I speak with many officials, and when they said that we will be target Pakistani large cities like Islamabad, Punjab, and other places, because he said that last night hundreds of Afghan civilians lost their life, and this, but we are not. Also, one person that I have speak with him, he also said to me that he suggests from Pakistani civilians that stand against your army, your corrupt government, your Shahbaz Sharif corrupt government, Asim Munir corrupt general. They suggest from the Pakistan civilians that stand with Afghans, and they said that Pakistani army are destroying every place. They are bombing civilians in many places. Minute by minute, the people, the rush are being more. The people are coming here, and they know about this.
And now, viewers, these exclusive visuals from inside Afghanistan, they stand in complete contradiction to the claims made by Islamabad, saying they only targeted military installation. And on this, in fact, China has now condemned Pakistan's airstrikes on the Afghan capital in Kabul. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson has now released a statement condemning the strikes and expressing concern over the last night's attack by Pakistan's military regime on Afghanistan. Now, the spokesperson added that dialogue and negotiation are the only effective way to resolve issues between the two countries, and that both the sides should immediately agree to a ceasefire. The spokesperson also emphasized that China will continue to play a constructive role, though through its own channels, in reducing tensions and improving relations between the two countries. So now we're looking at an ally of Pakistan, China, also condemning its strikes, which were on a hospital in Kabul last night, killing about 400 civilians while injuring over 250. So there's a statement that has come in from Chinese side condemning the strikes, expressing concern, and at the same time calling for an immediate ceasefire between the two countries. All right, viewers, that's what we're looking at. A big statement coming in from China, wherein Beijing has clearly condemned the strikes by Pakistan on a hospital in Kabul that killed about 400 people while injuring over 200. Now, the spokesperson, in fact, has said the last night's attack by Pakistan's military regime on Afghanistan are concerning. He says dialogue and negotiation are the only effective way to resolve issues between the two countries. He also asked that both the countries should immediately agree to the ceasefire, while emphasizing that China will continue to play a constructive role through its own channels in reducing tensions and improving relations between Afghanistan as well as Pakistan. Now, that's the statement coming in from the Chinese side on the tensions which are now erupting between the two countries. We've seen in the latest there was an attack on a hospital in Kabul. Instead, Pakistan claims it was only military installations, it was terror hideouts of TTP being targeted, but all the visuals which have come to light stand in complete contradiction to that. Now, my colleague Gesu is also joining me on this. Gesu, it seems Pakistan's ally China has also come out condemning its action, condemning the strikes at a hospital in Kabul, and saying that the countries should come together for an immediate ceasefire.
Yeah, you know, Ishita, in fact, this is just another incident that goes on to show that Pakistani diplomacy is unable to make any ripples on the global front. Their own ally, China, has now condemned their strikes from last night on Afghanistan civilian infrastructure. Now, remember, the Taliban government in Afghanistan, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, reiterated that over 400 people have been killed as part of the strikes that Pakistan rained down in the Afghani territories last night. In fact, they've said a hospital, a rehab center was also struck. They've called it a crime against humanity, also highlighting that over 250 more, apart from the 400, remain injured, seriously injured over the Pakistani strikes that were rained down on Afghanistan's territory last night. Now, also remember, this comes from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, which has completely taken Afghanistan's side in the conflict. They have now condemned Pakistani strikes that were rained down on the Afghan territories last evening. Also, they have said that the two sides need to negotiate, come to the talking table and speak this issue out. They have said that military advancements or uncalled for strikes, military aggression mounting from the Pakistani side is not going to resolve anything between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Now, this is also the first statement that we're hearing from the Chinese Foreign Ministry in a war that has now reached 3 weeks of it actually breaking out. And Chinese ministry has now finally made a statement. They have taken Afghanistan's side on the matter. They have completely, stepped away from Pakistan's side in this war. They have condemned the Pakistani strikes that have hit civilian infrastructure, killed over 400 civilians and injured 250 others. Now remember, a hospital being under attack, you don't need to be a genius to actually realize that this is a war crime. This is as bad as it can get. And Taliban, which is trying to build Afghanistan once again after US's exit, has been battered by Pakistani strikes. The civilians being killed in huge numbers. Ishita.
Right, Gesu, thank you for joining us. And clearly, Pakistan now getting cornered on this strikes conducted by Islamabad in a hospital in Kabul, killing about 400 civilians while injuring over 250. It is a crime against humanity, and rightly so. We're now looking at Pakistan getting completely cornered on this from all the sides. Now, viewers, Republic is the only media network which is present inside Kabul, getting you all the reports from inside the site of the attack, the rehab center, which was attacked by Islamabad last night. Take a look at this exclusive report by my colleague Hashmat from the site of the attack.
Emergency equipment and other things today, and there. Okay, now I'm going to the emergency department, and I will try to have speak with some one of this people that they have injured in this place. This is the rooms that the civilians have been injured in last night. This is Rahmat Malang. His name is Rahmat Malang. He was admitted at the Umaid Hospital. The big part of it, we got so sure that thing is a mission. Yes, his name is Rahmat. He said that I was admitted at the Umaid Hospital. We are all civilians, and when the jets come and they targeted the hospital, that doesn't have his friends in this place. This other doctors that he is here for that. I speak with the doctors. He is responsible for this department. He said that dozens of injured that last night they are trying to have medicine and like this is other rooms. That's the injured people that you look and he is Lihaz. His name is Lihaz. He is also injured of the last night attacks. The Pakistani army attack on the Umaid civilian hospital. We can see here some others injured that I think that he is. Many of the injured, they are in so bad position. You see in the pictures, Wazir Mohammed Aghargan Hospital Emergency Department. That this they are civilians. This doctors are sharing with us. The doctors here, doctors responsible for this department. He said that we try to موضوع كنت صوبات متوني فقط المشاور بس شخص okay he didn't yeah, you can see this pictures. I'm trying to. This Wazir Mohammed Aghargan Hospital. Dozens of injured. That they all are civilians. There were no checkposts. There were no military bases. Nothing. The jets came and landed the bombs on the civilians' places, and the civilian places that they are killed. It's more than 500, and hundreds are injured. And this is one of them. He said that he is like electricity engineer in the Umaid Hospital. He is also civilians. He said that we were on the work, and we hearing some firing. that the Taliban were firing to the on the jets, but they said the jets landed many bombs on this hospital, and I hardly injured, like in his hands, foot, and other place. And he said that all the hospital was burned, and the hundreds of civilians were killed.
And now, viewers, these visuals from inside the hospital in Kabul, they stand in complete contradiction to what Islamabad has been claiming so far, that only military installations or the terror hideouts were targeted. But these visuals clearly show you otherwise. And now moving on to another breaking news we're getting from West Bengal, this time regarding the assembly elections. And now Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee will be contesting the assembly elections from Bhawanipur seat is the latest we're picking up. In fact, TMC has also fielded Pavitra Kar from Nandigram. Now more and more seats are coming up as Election Commission earlier announced the dates for the election. It will be held in 2 phases on April 23rd and April 29th, with the counting to take place on 4th of May. And now we're looking at Mamta Banerjee, in fact, who will be contesting the elections. And now Suvendu Adhikari will also be contesting versus Mamta Banerjee in these elections. All right, now my colleague Harsha joins me with more details on this. Harsha, we're given to understand that we're looking at Mamta versus Suvendu Adhikari in the coming elections, as she will be contesting from Bhawanipur.
Yes, you rightly pointed out. Now in the election fray, there will be Mamta versus Suvendu Adhikari. As the West Bengal, the TMC announces first list of its candidates. 291 tickets have been announced today by Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. She not only went by that, this was the most difficult time for Mamta Banerjee to craft the candidate list in such a way that she could sustain power, which she has been able to sustain for 15 years. And to maintain that dominance, when we very well know that there's a blunt anti-incumbency against Mamta Banerjee all over West Bengal. Now 221 candidates have been fielded. They have been announced by Mamta Banerjee today. Mamta Banerjee versus Suvendu Adhikari. It will be in Bhawanipur, but Suvendu Adhikari is contesting from 2 seats, Bhawanipur and Nandigram. But this time it's Mamta Banerjee versus Suvendu Adhikari. This clearly states that how Mamta Banerjee has challenged the BJP main face, the main leader of BJP in West Bengal, that's Suvendu Adhikari. However, there is not much of the change which we see in the list of the TMC. This time, most of the cabinet ministers have been, have been fielded from the same constituency where they earlier were fielded from. If we talk about Farhad Hakim, if we talk about Shashi Panja, if we talk about the education minister, most of the key faces of the TMC, they have been fielded from the same place which they have been since last 15 years. So this is the reality of the candidate list which TMC has fielded and announced today, because to believe that it was not easy with the going on SIR process, how the final list of SIR came out, how several voters and electors were deleted from the list, almost 63 lakh are still in adjudication. With such situation, Mamta Banerjee coming out with the list of candidates just a day after BJP releases its first list of candidates for West Bengal. It seems to be very interesting. This election is going to be the high-octane drama and high-octane election in the West Bengal, because it's not only the anti-incumbency, because it will also be the impact of SIR which will be seen on ground. This time with so many illegal people made out of the electoral list, they have been deleted out of the electoral list, with almost 7 crore 4 lakh people will be going for vote only this time. Several are under adjudication. This clearly tells that this journey and this election for Mamta Banerjee is not going to be the easy one. Therefore, Mamta Banerjee has not much experimented with the list of candidates. She has shown trust and entrusted the leaders of the party who have been winning the crucial major seats in the North Bengal, South Bengal and the central Calcutta region, and therefore the same sort of candidates have been fielded this time by Mamta Banerjee. She didn't do much experiment. We see the same number of the women candidates and the people from different sectors being fielded by Mamta Banerjee. But the Bhawanipur elections are going to be very interesting. Already Suvendu Adhikari has been stating since day one that he is ready to challenge Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. He has been challenging Mamta Banerjee since day one, and this election is going to be the high octane with Mamta Banerjee versus Suvendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur, when both the leaders will be on ground campaigning, and with what manifesto and what the demands and what trust they go to the
Right,
people
Aisha.
door to door, promising them this election will going to be very interesting to see. Back to you.
Right, Asha, as you said, it is a high-stakes election for both BJP as well as TMC. And now we're looking at a rematch between Mamata Banerjee and Savendra Adhikari. So interesting times ahead. Thank you, Asha, for joining us. Viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. And now, on the other side, we get you how Israel has claimed the top Iranian commander, Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of the Basij unit for the past 6 years, has now been eliminated in the strikes.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू अरे अनुसार नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला दादा को टका गाड़ी मार
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Minister, we will work on that.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, right after the attack on Kabul Rehab Center, Kabul now says there will be no talks with Islamabad. We'll get you all the updates on that. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Taliban spokesperson speaks exclusively with Republic on the hospital attack in Kabul that killed 400, terms it a crime against humanity. Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a Kabul hospital. The Afghan government has termed the attack a slaughterhouse of dreams. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast, breaking news emerges. Kabul confirms there will be no talks with Islamabad. Israel claims a top Iranian commander, Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of Basij unit for the past 6 years, now killed in strikes. After Israeli claimed that NSC head Ali Larijani eliminated, Larijani now releases a handwritten note on his social media handle, exposing a major terror conspiracy against India. And IRS 6 Ukrainians and 1 American accused of training Myanmar militants. After Shivalik, a second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India. Third crude oil tanker Jug Ladki to dock tonight at 8 p.m. All right, viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Ishita Mitra, and our top focus at this hour. Now, Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei has rejected the ceasefire proposals that came from 2 mediating countries and says this is not the right time for peace and that Israel and the US must be defeated and they need to pay reparations. Now, that's the statement coming in from the newly elected leader of Iran, the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei, clearly sending out a message to Israel and the US that now is not the time for peace. There will be no talks. In fact, it says that the US and Israel must be defeated and they need to pay for reparations. Now, remember, carpet bombing of the entire country has been taking place since February 28th. Damage has been reported all across the capital city as well as other cities, and now Iran says US and Israel must be defeated and they must pay for reparations. That's the statement coming in from Mojtaba Khamenei. Now, remember, there have been rumors floating around regarding the health of Mojtaba Khamenei as well. Pete Hegseth earlier said that he is damaged but alive, and now the main statement coming in from the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei himself, who has clearly rejected the ceasefire proposals coming in from 2 countries. So it seems that there will be no breakthrough, no pause in the conflict that has been going on between Iran on one side and US and Israel on the other, with Iran now clearly rejecting the ceasefire proposals that have been put up by 2 mediating countries. All right, viewers, we've got another breaking news coming in. The IDF has now announced that Ali Larijani, the de facto leader of the Iranian terror regime, has now been eliminated. This is the statement put up by Israeli Defense Forces regarding the killing of Ali Larijani, who is also the Secretary of the National Security Council of Iran. He's somebody who's been closely working with IRGC and was closely associated with the later Supreme Leader Khamenei as well. And now a big claim coming in from the Israeli side that Ali Larijani, who was last seen at the Quds Day March, we're getting you visuals when he was last seen, in fact, at the Quds Day March. And now a big claim coming in from the Israeli side. They claim that the head of the National Security Council, their security chief, has now been eliminated in the strikes. Now, viewers, there were reports which claimed that he was present at the IRGC headquarters, which was hit in the strikes by the IDF. And now Israeli forces making a big claim that the de facto leader of what they claim is to be a terror regime has now been killed in the latest strikes. Viewers, on your screen, we're getting you visuals of Ali Larijani. He was last seen at the Quds Day rally. In fact, other top Iranian leaders were also present with him. There was President Masoud Pezeshkian as well as the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. He was also there. All were present to send a signal of defiant Iran. And now, big claim coming in from the Israeli side, claiming that Ali Larijani, who is in fact the head of the National Security Council of the country, has now been eliminated. Now, that's That's the picture that has been posted up by the IDF, saying that after the elimination of Khamenei, he was functioning as the leader of Iranian regime. He led the combat against the state of Israel and the countries in the region. He also served as the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council while acting as the regime's effective leader, one of the most veteran and senior figures within the Iranian regime leadership. The statement also reads, advanced violent enforcement measures and repression operations. Personally, he oversaw the massacre that was carried out against Iranian protesters. Now, remember, he was somebody who handled dissent and the protesting disturbances that we have seen emerging from inside the country as well. And now IDF claiming that the leader who was in fact looking after the country after Ayatollah Khamenei was killed has now been eliminated as well. Now, if the rumors are found to be true, it is a big blow to Iranian leadership. We have seen top commanders being killed, the supreme leader being killed, and now it could be Ali Larijani as per the latest claims made by the Israeli forces. Now, viewers, these are the last visuals that Ali Larijani, in fact, was seen in public. It was during a Quds Day rally. He was last seen in the capital city of Iran, in Tehran. He was participating in Quds Day march. And now the latest claim has come in from the Israeli side. Even the defense minister made a statement on this earlier, saying that Ali Larijani, who was in fact the de facto leader, he was leading the country, heading the IRGC operations after Khamenei, has now been killed. It's a big claim that has come in from the Israeli side. Now, remember, viewers, in the thick of war, in the cloud of war, we are looking at claims and counterclaims coming in from both the sides. From the Iranian side, there has been no confirmation that has come in about Ali Larijani's killing, but we have seen a couple of statements, in fact, emerging from the Israeli side. The defense minister also had claimed that Ali Larijani was killed in the strikes, and now we're looking at the IDF also putting up a statement regarding the same. It says that there are reports also going around saying that he was present at an IRGC headquarters, which was struck in Israeli strikes last night. Now, remember, it's not just him. We're also getting confirmation about the killing of the Basij unit commander, who has now been killed, Soleimani, and not just him, but his entire brigade, in fact, has been eliminated, is what Israel is claiming. And the big claim now coming about Ali Larijani, somebody who was looking after the IRGC operations on this, has now been killed, is what we understand. Now, retired Major General Rajan Kochar joins me on this. Major General, I want to ask you now, this is a claim made by the Israeli side that the head of the National Security Council, Ali Larijani, has been killed. Now, if the rumors are found to be true, it is a big claim and a big blow to Iranian leadership, because it is somebody who was looking after the IRGC operations right after the Supreme Leader Khamenei.
No, absolutely. You know, if this claim is correct, I think it's a major blow to the Iranian leadership, because Larijani is often described as a conservative pragmatist, and he has had a very illustrious record. He has also supported the nuclear negotiations with the West, and he was instrumental in 2015 in the formulation of the JCPOA. So, and he was also very close to the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, who trusted him a lot. And after the departure or after the assassination of Khamenei, he was considered to be a very, very senior leader, a respected leader, and he was navigating Iran into this conflict, and he was navigating it very well. He has also been a speaker of their parliament from 2008 to 2020. So he is one of the very experienced leader which Iran has. And if this news is correct, as these are right now only rumors or being propagated from the Israel and the US side, but in case there is a confirmation from Iran, I think this is going to be a major blow to the Iranian effort in continuing this war in the manner it was being continued, and the control of IRGCs is equally important. Also, we have also hearing Soleimani, who was the head of the Basij force, he has also been eliminated. So,
yes, sir.
These two, if these two elements of this news are correct, then it's a double blow, I would say, to the present leadership in Iran, and it is, I think, would need a vacuum. This kind of a vacuum would need to be filled in as fast as possible.
I certainly agree with you, sir, that if the rumors are found to be true, it would be a big leadership vacuum for Iran, a country which is at war with Israel and the US. But sir, I want to ask you, right after IDF made these claims about Ali Larijani being killed, there was a letter, a handwritten letter, which was put up by his social media handle on X. Now, he's talked about the sacrifice of Iranian sailors in that letter, and he signed it off with his signature. So, sir, we have seen, propaganda and information warfare also folding out between the two countries. How do you look at then at these claims?
See, if I take your memory back to a couple of years, 2 years back or so, when this Ukraine and the Russian war was into its second year, we heard of a similar Western propaganda which was orchestrated against Putin.
Yes,
and
sir.
It was rumored that he had cancer, or, he was seriously ill and he was critically ill. That kind of a rumor was being circulated. So in war, that's the power of the narratives which play a very important role. We saw this happening in Operation Sindoor also, where Pakistan was badly battered by India, but still it was telling the world that it has won the war.
Yes,
so
sir.
That is the kind of narratives which we will continue to see. There is also a similar narrative which is going on that Netanyahu is dead. So that also, I think yesterday, this news was very, very hot that Netanyahu has been eliminated.
Yes, sir. He had put up a video as well after that.
We will continue to see this unless there is a definite affirmation from Iran. I think so far we will have to only wait and see.
Right, sir. I agree with you that, the information warfare will also play out as the battlefield also continues to get heated up. Sir, last question to you about the broader picture that we're getting. Now, Iran has refused the ceasefire proposal. There was a statement released by Mojtaba Khamenei, who said that US and Israel will have to pay and will have to get defeated. How do you then gauge these developments, and what could we expect in the coming few days?
See, as I see things is, the longer this war goes, it is to the advantage of Iran. Because there is something, logistic stamina. There is another thing as a human stamina. So logistic stamina on the part of Iran will not be there to really fight the war with the same intensity it started the war with. But the human stamina is there, the motivation is there, the morale is there, and we are finding in the body language of President Trump and his team, this is lacking, because we are seeing that they want an early end to this war, and that is why these diplomatic efforts are taking place for a ceasefire. But right now, I don't think Iran has an appetite for an early ceasefire. It would like to prolong this war for a couple of weeks more.
All right. Thank you, Major General Rajan Kota, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your analysis on these latest developments coming to light regarding the war in West Asia. Now, viewers, that's the latest we're picking up. Israel has now claimed that the National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani has been eliminated in the latest strikes conducted by IDF, but there has been a counter-claim as well coming in from the Iranian side on the social media handle of Ali Larijani. We have seen a written a letter, in fact, being posted on this. Now, we're also being joined by Major General G.D. Bakshi on this. Major General, thank you so much for joining us on Republic. Sir, Israeli forces are now claiming that Ali Larijani, who was in fact overseeing all the IRGC operations after Khamenei, has been eliminated. Now, how do you look at this claim, sir?
I am Wing Commander Bakshi, not G.D. Bakshi.
All right, sorry, sir.
Hi. So you would like to know the repercussions of elimination of Jani?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the question is, the American forces and Israeli forces are, with the help of Mossad, are eliminating one by one, as you know, in the beginning, a number of leaders, military and political leaders were eliminated by various methods.
Anchor list पे भेज देना.
Hello.
Also, sir, if you broadly look at the picture, we have also seen counter-claim coming in from the Iranian side. Iranian side, there was a handwritten letter posted on their social media handle by Ali Larijani, who signed off the letter as well. So, you know, in this fog of war, we're looking at claims and counter-claims being made from both the sides, and there is a parallel information warfare that's unfolding.
That's right. The methods of warfare always include the information, marring of information, and bringing wrong information. In fact, the first victim of the war is information. The truth is the first victim of war because you cannot know. But both sides are very serious about carrying out their mission. Unfortunately, it is America which is taking the offensive. They are taking the initiative because at the moment they are attacking Iran. So Iran is on defensive. So all methods, all activities, and all the results which you come out, you will see the American action and Iran's reaction. So this will continue for quite a long time, but it just shows that what Iran is now producing is far better than what they did last year in the Iran-Israel air war, because now the ground machinery, their information, their intelligence seems to have improved further, and they have taken a lot of lessons from that previous conflict which they had. Whatever it may be said and done, Iran is at the moment facing an uphill task because it stands alone, practically alone, with all the other Islamic countries giving it lip service, but they're all giving help to America, whether it is logistics, whether it is victualization for their ships, whether it could be anything. So at the moment, Iran is on the back foot, carrying out a reactive war.
All right. Thank you, sir, for joining us and sharing your inputs on these latest developments. And now we're also being joined by Major General G.D. Bakshi on this. Thank you, Major General, for joining us on Republic. So I want to ask you, there's been a claim made by Israeli forces that Ali Larijani, who was heading the IRGC operations after Khamenei, has now been eliminated. If these rumors are found to be true, sir, how big of a blow this is in terms of the vacuum that will now come in terms of Iranian leadership?
Well, it's not going to start the war. We've heard this before. They killed Ayatollah Khamenei and they said the war is over. Now they'll kill Larijani and said the war is over. This war will continue because the Iranians have worked out a deep line of succession. They are not dependent on any one personality. The whole nation is fighting. So this war will go on. And they will pay huge sums of money to get the details of the movements of their leaders. Larijani was taking no precautions whatsoever. If you recall, he was out in the crowds a few days out in the street. They have this martyr streak in the Shia. They're just not taking any precautions on that score, and they can feel very happy about killing them, but it will not stop the war.
Well, I want to ask you, it does look like it's a hydra. You know, you cut off one stem, another stem comes off, and the plant remains intact. You know, you take out one leader, another leader pops up, and the regime remains intact. So, if you're looking at that pattern, then how long can we expect the war to go on?
You know, Larijani himself had said that I will be able to continue with this war for 4 to 5 months at least. You know, when Donald Trump was saying that we will continue with this war for 4 to 5 weeks, Larijani had said that we will continue this. We are prepared to fight for about 4 to 5 months.
Yes, sir. And even the latest statement made by Mujtaba Khamenei clearly rejects the ceasefire proposal. So it does not look like that Iran has any appetite for a pause right now.
Can you... okay, yeah. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, just repeat the question, please.
Yes, sir. So I was asking you, you know, the latest statement made by Mujtaba Khamenei also rejects all the ceasefire proposal. So it does not look like that Tehran has any appetite for a pause in this conflict right now.
Absolutely. You know, you have killed Khamenei. You have only incensed the Iranian population. And you have only strengthened their will and resolve to continue fighting. So I do not think taking out one particular leader here, one particular leader there will get the Iranian regime to collapse and go and kiss the boots of Donald Trump. They can continue with this tamasha till as long as they like.
Right, sir. So I was talking to you earlier and you said that if it's not a decisive win for the US, it will be a loss. And it does look like that US is now trying to find that decisive win somewhere so that it can safely exit the conflict.
Absolutely. They are desperately looking for an off-ramp. The problem is Iran is not giving them one. They are continuing to fight. They are continuing to fight in a very tenacious manner. And every day they say we have eliminated 95% of their drones, 90% of their missiles, but more of them keep raining on the Iranian embassy, on the American embassy in Iraq, on the... I told them that I'll do it after half an hour, right?
Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your analysis. Now, viewers, that's the latest. We're picking up claims and counterclaims being made by both the sides as the fog of war continues to stay over West Asia. We're looking at Israeli forces claiming they have eliminated Ali Larijani, but there's also a handwritten letter that's been posted from his social media handle on X. So we'll have to see, of course, whether or not Iran will confirm about the killing of Ali Larijani. Now, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but coming up on the other side, Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a Kabul hospital. The Afghan government has now termed the attack a slaughterhouse of dreams. So coming up on the other side, these are latest details on the attack on a Kabul hospital by Pakistan.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
नहीं तो तुम तो करेगा
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
नहीं तो तुम तो करेगा
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाला केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला माझा गोटे का गाडी मागवा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Taliban spokesperson speaking exclusively with Republic on the hospital attack in Kabul that kills 400, terms it a crime against humanity. Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a Kabul hospital. The Afghan government terms the attack a slaughterhouse of dreams. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast, breaking news emerges. Kabul confirms there will be no talks with Islamabad. Israel claims the top Iranian commander, Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of Basij unit for past 6 years, has now been killed. Israeli forces claim Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been killed. No official comment from Iran so far. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, NIA now arrests 6 Ukrainians and 1 American accused of training Myanmar militants. After Shivalik, a second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India. Third crude oil tanker Jag Latki to dock tonight at 8 p.m. Welcome viewers, you're watching Top Live and Breaking with me, Shita Mitra. Top focus at this hour. UN inquiry has started investigating a fatal strike on a primary school on the first day of US-Israeli attacks on Iran. Now, the attack on the Sharjah Tayyab school consisted of 2 missile strikes in quick succession that killed over 160 children, mostly girls, according to Iranian officials. And now investigation has begun. U.S. military investigators believe it is likely that the U.S. forces were responsible but have not yet reached a final conclusion or completed their investigation. Now, the Pentagon has since elevated the probe, and right now the investigation is still underway as to what exactly caused that attack on Iranian school in Menab on the first day of this war. Now remember, this was part of the preemptive strikes that were conducted by US and Israel against Iran. And on this attack, all right, my colleague, in fact, Mariam now joins us. Mariam Sadar joins us from Iran. She's live from Menab, which is the site of the attack. Mariam, do tell us about this attack and also the investigation that is now going on to, in fact, establish how it was a US strike which led to this attack on the school in Menab.
Yes, sure. Hello to you all. I'm so happy that I am hosted right now to all of our investigation. I know so it's
all right, we'll try and connect with my colleague Mariam there, but viewers, we're getting the latest news regarding the attack on Iranian school that took place on February 28th. It was a part of the preemptive strikes by US and Israel. There were reports claiming that debris of a US Tomahawk was also found at the site of the attack that killed over 160 schoolgirls. And now UN is also investigating that fatal strike on Iranian school. Now remember, even yesterday there was another strike on a school in Khomein in Iran, and this was the first strike on February 28th. And now investigation is ongoing to uncover what exactly led to the strike on a school attack. In fact, now viewers, it has been found it was about 2 missile strikes in quick succession that killed 168 children, mostly Iranian girls. But the investigation is still going on, and US military investigators are also probing this on a parallel front. They believe it is likely that US forces were in fact responsible, but they've not yet reached a final conclusion or completed their investigation. All right, now Mariam Sadar is back with us from Iran. Mariam, you were telling us about the investigation and the attack on the girls' school in Menab. Go ahead.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this school was one of the most tragic and school among more than 20 schools that have been attacked so far in this war. And the point is, this school, there is a narration. There's a narration that the school was located in a military base, but actually, based on our investigations and all witnesses and footages we have reviewed, this school actually is located in a very big compound, which is considered as a cultural complex here. And this site used to be a military base about 15 to 20 years ago, and even furthermore that during the time of war between Iran and Iraq in the year 1980 to 1987, the Iranian soldiers were trained here for the war, but after like 1995, this school and this old area turned into a cultural complex here in this town, which included this school and a clinic and hospital there on the other side, and also a car wash and a home decoration store even, and a football field and also a gym. So as we can see, here is completely a cultural site here, but there are a few more reports that they believe maybe this attack was done based on wrong intelligence or outdated reports on the AI or military system intelligence in America or Israel. But here is a serious question that if we accept it was based on a wrong intelligence strike here, then
all right, we'll try and connect with Mariam again there, but that's the latest that she's told us about this attack, that there was in fact a military base, let's say about 15 years ago at the site of this attack in which a school was standing right now. So it does look like that there was outdated data with the intelligence team of the US and Israel which conducted the strikes and thought that there was a military base at this site and instead hit a school in their preemptive strikes. Now, Mariam just told us that in the Iraq war also during the 80s, there was a military base at this site, an IRGC compound, in fact. And now it does look like it could be outdated data which may have led to the strike on this school in Minab. All right, viewers, we've got another breaking news coming in. A U.S. Central Command has now released a video saying that U.S. forces continue to hunt and destroy Iranian targets that pose threats to Americans as well as Iran's neighbors. So we're looking at more and more strikes, the ramping up of the attacks carried out by U.S. and Israel. Now, U.S. Central Command is which force looks after the Middle East region, and now they've put out a video showing their latest attacks targeting Iranian forces. In fact, on your screen, you can see the latest video which has been put up. There's a message also along with the video in which U.S. forces say they will continue to hunt and destroy Iranian targets that pose threats to Americans as well as Iran's neighbors. So which means we're not looking at a pause or a cessation of hostilities anytime soon. U.S. also ramping up its attacks. And this is the latest video on your screen, viewers, put up by U.S. Central Command. All right, viewers, now switching our focus to another conflict that's now emerging between Afghanistan as well as Pakistan. Now we're looking at the strikes which were conducted by Pakistan on a hospital in Kabul, and visuals on your screen show you the aftermath of those attacks. Now these were deadly attacks. They've killed over 400 civilians while injuring over 250. So the death toll is in 3-digit numbers, and these are the exclusive visuals, viewers, we're getting you from Kabul, aftermath of the attack conducted by Pakistan overnight. Now, Republic is the only Indian network which is present inside Afghanistan, reporting on this constant conflict that we're now witnessing between Islamabad as well as Kabul. And these are the visuals on your screen showing you the aftermath of the strikes which were conducted by Pakistan on a rehab center in Kabul. Now, the death toll currently stands at over 400, while 250 civilians have been injured. Kabulia says there will be no talks with Islamabad. So we're certainly looking at an escalation in this conflict between the two neighbors. And viewers, on Republic, we're getting you exclusive visuals showing you the aftermath of the attacks carried out by Pakistan on, in fact, a rehab center in Kabul. You can see the smoke is still, in fact, billowing from the site of the attack. These are the latest visual that Republic has accessed from inside Afghanistan, the capital city, Kabul, where Pakistan conducted overnight strikes, killing over 400 civilians while injuring over 250. Now, these are visuals on your screen showing you the aftermath of those attacks. Now, in fact, we also spoke to Taliban officials who have now clearly said that there will be no talks with Islamabad. All right, viewers, now the US Embassy in Baghdad has been struck again following a drone incursion. This comes just days before the embassy was attacked by an Iranian missile strike and hit its helipad. Now, viewers, this comes after Iran has also vowed to retaliate following the heavy bombardment that was witnessed on its Kharge island, US claiming it has destroyed most of its infrastructure on Kharge. Now, more on this story in this report. Take a look.
Several explosions were reported in Baghdad as the US embassy was hit by a drone incursion, setting the structure on fire. US CRAM system intercepted the incoming drone attack targeting the embassy. An Iran-linked militia force in Iraq has claimed responsibility for the attack. The militia also released a drone video showing how they scouted the compound before carrying out the attack. According to an official, 3 drones and 4 rockets were used in the attack, with at least 1 drone crashing inside the compound. Recently, missile strikes also hit the helipad inside the heavily fortified embassy compound in Baghdad. This is the 3rd time the embassy has been targeted in the ongoing war. So far, US embassies, military bases, and oil infrastructure in the Gulf have been key targets of the Iranian retaliatory strikes. As the embassy was being hit, fresh drone attacks were also launched at the Fujairah petroleum industry zone, setting the structure on fire. This comes after Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi vowed to launch retaliatory strikes following heavy bombardment on Kharge Island.
And now you've got another breaking news from the war investigation. Iran's Revolutionary Guard intelligence organization has now arrested 55 individuals in southern Iran. They've been accused of cooperating with US and Israel. So we're looking at a crackdown inside Iran on certain individuals. In fact, 55 have now been arrested, and the charges against them is of their cooperation with the enemy side with US and Israel. So it's IRGC's crackdown is what we're witnessing. 55, in fact, have now been arrested in the southern part of the country for cooperating with the US and Israel, while Tehran remains at war with these countries. So a crackdown on these individuals who are now cooperating with the enemy side. And now here, shifting focus in a fresh launch of attacks, officials in the Emirates of Fujairah have now confirmed that a fire broke out in Fujairah petroleum industry zone. It was caused by a drone attack from the Iranian side. Now, the attack has sparked a fire in an oil tank farmer in which, after it was hit by approximately 23 nautical miles east of Fujairah in the Emirates. Now, Fujairah is emerging as another major site which is being repeatedly targeted in the strikes by Iran. Let's take a look at this latest incident that struck the region.
Authorities in the Emirate of Fujairah have confirmed that a drone attack sparked a significant fire within the Fujairah petroleum industry zone. Visuals show the site catching fire, although official statements confirmed that no injuries were reported despite the intensity of the flames. The combined attacks have forced a temporary suspension of oil loading operations and ship-to-ship transfers at Fujairah, which serves as the world's 3rd largest bunkering hub and a critical export point for Murban crude. This escalation occurs against a backdrop of intense regional conflict involving Iran, with the UAE ministry urging the public to refrain from circulating unverified footage or rumors and to rely strictly on official government channels. In response to the growing maritime and infrastructure threats, the foreign ministers of the UAE and Saudi Arabia held an emergency call to coordinate a unified diplomatic and security stance against regional destabilization. Leaders from Egypt and Saudi Arabia have reaffirmed their strategic unity and solidarity with the UAE, condemning the targeting of civilian energy infrastructure as a direct threat to global energy security. The targeting of Fujairah is particularly significant as it is the only major Emirati terminal providing a bypass to the Strait of Hormuz, making its operational status a primary concern for international oil markets and global supply chains. Authorities are investigating the matter while urging all vessels operating in the region to transit with caution.
And now, viewers, Donald Trump has said that he was surprised that Iran attacked the Gulf countries at the beginning of this war, while also adding that Iran was not supposed to go after all these other countries in the region. Take a look at his latest statement.
US did not anticipate retaliatory strikes from Iran after the initial strikes by Washington. This is now being accepted by Donald Trump. As he says, he was surprised that Iran attacked Gulf countries at the beginning of the war.
They weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. And the other one, they fought back. They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around, they had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated.
And now, viewers, two LPG tankers, Nanda Devi and Shivalik, carrying over 93,000 metric tons of LPG, have already docked in India, while another LPG tanker, Jug Latki, is on the way. Now, these tankers have made their way home through the Strait of Hormuz, bringing a huge wave of energy relief with them. Now, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal calls this a huge win and relief for India. Here's more on this story. Take a look.
3 Indian tankers have crossed the Strait of Hormuz and 2 of them have already docked in India. Indian vessels Nanda Devi and Shivalik have already docked in India, bringing in 93,000 metric tons of LPG to India. While another Indian oil tanker, Jug Latki, is expected to dock tonight, carrying 81,000 tons of crude oil. On this, Piyush Goyal says that this is a huge victory and relief for India.
आखिर आज की इतनी बड़ी दुनिया में जो संकट है, उसमें कोई भी सोच सकता था स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज में शिप्स जा नहीं सकती हैं, फ्रेट 3 गुना हो गया है, इंश्योरेंस मिलता नहीं है। इस सब के बावजूद पिछले महीने फरवरी तक हमारा ट्रेड गुड्स का भी, सर्विसेज तो चलो शिप से नहीं जानी है, सर्विसेज में तो हर महीने बढ़त हो रही है, लेकिन गुड्स भी फरवरी तक फ्लैट है, घटा नहीं है। मार्च में भी लगभग मंथ के एंड तक, पहले हफ्ते में थोड़ी कमजोरी दिखी, दूसरे हफ्ते में पॉजिटिव हो गया और मार्च के एंड तक हम फिर एक बार मेंटेन कर लेंगे भारत का एक्सपोर्ट।
The Indian Navy took extreme care of these tankers by escorting them through the war-torn region. While the world struggles to even keep their tankers afloat in the Strait of Hormuz, India comes out victorious while bringing these Indian tankers home safe and sound.
All right, viewers, we're getting more breaking news from the war in West Asia. UAE air defenses have now engaged with 10 ballistic missiles, 45 UAVs. The UAE air defense system, in fact, engaged with 10 ballistic missiles and 45 UAVs, all launched from the Iranian side, which means Iran is ramping up its attacks on the Gulf nations across Middle East. And now we're looking at Emirates coming under repeated attacks. Its air defense system, in fact, engaging with now 10 ballistic missiles that were fired from the Iranian side, along with 45 UAVs as well. We're getting you visuals also of the attacks. Now, remember, this has been continuing since the war started on February 28th. Iran here has been targeting not just the US assets, but also oil facilities all across the Gulf nations. Now even going beyond military targets to now civilian targets as well. And now we're looking at UAE's air defense system engaging at least 10 ballistic missiles and 45 UAVs which were fired from the Iranian side today. Now this is the latest attacks that have come to light from the Iranian side on Gulf countries. And now we are shifting focus to another conflict that's brewing up between Afghanistan and Islamabad. Now at least 400 civilians have been killed in the latest airstrikes conducted by Pakistan on a rehab center in the capital city of Afghanistan. Afghanistan's deputy government spokesperson said that Pakistan's strike targeted a drug rehab center in Kabul's 9th police district. Pakistan, however, has denied carrying out any attack. It says that only targeted military installations. But it stands in complete contradiction to the visuals we're getting from inside Afghanistan. Take a look at this report.
A bombardment in Kabul on the night of the 16th of March resulted in the death of over 400 people. The casualties were all civilians. Moreover, they were patients at a drug rehabilitation facility. Afghanistan has stated that Pakistan was responsible for the bombing that destroyed a rehabilitation center, killing 400 people and injuring 250 others. Take a look at these visuals of emergency teams trying to rescue people from the rubble. Kabul has termed the attack a crime against humanity. Massive fires blazed and plumes of black smoke filled the air as patients desperately ran to save their lives amid the bombardment. Take a look at the same facility before the attack. Patients interacting with counselors to get better and recover from addiction. Now the structure is in ruins. Hundreds of lives lost and hundreds more injured. Popular cricketer Rashid Khan condemned the attack and expressed concern over civilian casualties. He called upon the UN and other human rights agencies to thoroughly investigate this latest atrocity and hold the perpetrators to account. Pakistan, meanwhile, has categorically denied carrying out the attack. Kabul, on the other hand, has said that this is no time for diplomacy with Islamabad and that they would retaliate.
All right, viewers, we're getting some live visuals from Kabul. This is where the strikes were conducted by Pakistan, and these are the aftermath visuals showing you the damage which was caused at the site of the attack. In fact, inside the capital city of Afghanistan, these are some live visuals that we're getting you from the conflict between Islamabad and Kabul. Now, there were strikes conducted by Pakistan on a rehab center which killed over 400 civilians and injured over 250. And these are the visuals on your screen showing you the aftermath of those strikes. The building, as you can see, has been reduced to rubble. Barely any structure standing at the site of the attack right now. And this comes as Kabul now says there will be no talks with Islamabad right after this attack. We're looking at escalations now on both the sides, and these are the visuals on your screen that we're getting live, in fact, from Kabul, showing you the aftermath of the Pakistan airstrikes conducted on the capital city. Remember, a rehab center which had patients inside it was targeted. Over 400 civilians have now been killed. And these are some exclusive visuals that Republic is getting you, in fact, at this time from Kabul, showing you the aftermath of the strikes conducted by Pakistan. Now, Pakistan here claims that it tried to target military installations or the terror hideouts of TTP, but these visuals on your screen show you otherwise. They stand in complete contradiction to Islamabad's claim that it was targeting terror sites, but you can see on the screen that this is where the hospital was standing, the rehab center, and it was targeted in the latest strikes by Pakistan. Now, the death toll, viewers, has crossed 400 mark. Over 400 civilians have lost their lives. And you can see on your screen the extent of damage which has been caused. Barely any structure is now standing. The entire building of the hospital has now been reduced to rubble. And this comes right after the attack which was carried out by Islamabad, saying that it's targeting terror hideouts. But instead, a hospital was targeted and civilians have been killed in this attack.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अरे अनुसार ही होगा। चिंता कुमार कितना तो नीचे अब फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला दादा को टका गाड़ी मारता है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अरे अनुसार ही होगा। तुमचा कुणाला केला तुम्ही अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला 1000 कोटी का गाडी मागवा
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj and this is Republic TV. Viewers, now the tensions in West Asia have escalated through the roof, with the Israeli defenses now claiming that Ali Larijani has been struck. Meanwhile, the Iranian claim says otherwise. We're tracking that and a lot more, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Taliban spokesperson speaks exclusively with Republic on the hospital attack in Kabul that killed 400, terms it a crime against humanity. Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a Kabul hospital. The Afghan government has termed the attack a slaughterhouse of dreams. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast, breaking news emerges. Kabul has confirmed that there will be no talks with Islamabad. Israel claims top Iranian commander Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of the Basij unit for the past 6 years, has now been killed. Israeli forces claim Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been eliminated. No official comment from Iran so far. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, the NIA arrests 6 Ukrainians and 1 US man accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. After Shivalik's second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, third crude oil tanker Jaglad Ki docks tonight at 8 p.m. Now shifting focus, the US Central Command, their military has released another video where they've said that the US forces will continue to hunt and destroy Iranian targets that pose threat to Americans and Iran's neighbors. That's the latest. This is a satellite visual, a video that has been released by the US's Central Command of chain of their military, where they say that US forces will continue to batter Iranian targets that belong to the Iranian regime and that pose threat to not just Americans but also the Gulf at large and every neighbor that has been struck by the Iranian missiles and drones. This is the latest that we're getting in now. Remember, this comes after Iran also released a statement saying that Mojtaba Khamenei, the newly elected supreme leader, is not going to come to talks, not going to come to the table for negotiation or dialogue with the United States. He in fact said that the war with the United States will go on and this is not the correct time for peace. In a rebuttal to that, US has also released its muscle flexing video that has been released by the CENTCOM, the Central Command of the US military, where they show targets being dismantled deep inside Iranian territories. Now, in this video, they've also said that they will continue to strike deep inside Tehran and other Iranian territories as the war goes on. Viewers, now there is no doubt about the fact that oil infrastructure, civilian and energy infrastructure remain in the middle of this war. Now, in a fresh launch of attacks, authorities in the Emirate of Fujairah have confirmed that a fire broke out in the Fujairah petroleum industry zone, and that was caused by a drone strike. Now, remember, the Fujairah port, one of the key ports for UAE and also a contender when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, has been struck at least thrice by Iranian strikes. Again, a reminder that energy and global supply remains at the center of this war. The attack has sparked a fire in an oil tank farm, and it appears that it's been hit approximately 23 nautical miles east of the Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates. Take a look at this.
Authorities in the Emirate of Fujairah have confirmed that a drone attack sparked a significant fire within the Fujairah petroleum industry zone. Visuals show the site catching fire, although official statements confirmed that no injuries were reported despite the intensity of the flames. The combined attacks have forced a temporary suspension of oil loading operations and ship-to-ship transfers at Fujairah, which serves as the world's third largest bunkering hub and a critical export point for Murban crude. This escalation occurs against a backdrop of intense regional conflict involving Iran, with the UAE ministry urging the public to refrain from circulating unverified footage or rumors and to rely strictly on official government channels. In response to the growing maritime and infrastructure threats, the foreign ministers of the UAE and Saudi Arabia held an emergency call to coordinate a unified diplomatic and security stance against regional destabilization. Leaders from Egypt and Saudi Arabia have reaffirmed their strategic unity and solidarity with the UAE, condemning the targeting of civilian energy infrastructure as a direct threat to global energy security. The targeting of Fujairah is particularly significant as it is the only major Emirati terminal providing a bypass to the Strait of Hormuz, making its operational status a primary concern for international oil markets and global supply chains. Authorities are investigating the matter while urging all vessels operating in the region to transit with caution.
Viewers, as tensions continue to rise in West Asia on one hand, Pakistan and Afghanistan have been warring for what is now its third week. Now, over 400 civilians were killed by an airstrike in Kabul after Pakistan launched an airstrike on the night of 16th of March. The Afghanistan deputy government spokesperson has said that Pakistani strikes targeted a drug rehabilitation center deep inside Kabul's 9th police district. In fact, Pakistan has denied all claims of carrying out attacks against civilians and their infrastructure, stating that they had only targeted military installations. More details in the report that comes forward.
A bombardment in Kabul on the night of the 16th of March resulted in the death of over 400 people. The casualties were all civilians. Moreover, they were patients at a drug rehabilitation facility. Afghanistan has stated that Pakistan was responsible for the bombing that destroyed a rehabilitation center, killing 400 people and injuring 250 others. Take a look at these visuals of emergency teams trying to rescue people from the rubble. Kabul has termed the attack a crime against humanity. Massive fires blazed and plumes of black smoke filled the air as patients desperately ran to save their lives amid the bombardment. Take a look at the same facility before the attack. Patients interacting with counselors to get better and recover from addiction. Now, the structure is in ruins. hundreds of lives lost and hundreds more injured. Popular cricketer Rashid Khan condemned the attack and expressed concern over civilian casualties. He called upon the UN and other human rights agencies to thoroughly investigate this latest atrocity and hold the perpetrators to account. Pakistan, meanwhile, has categorically denied carrying out the attack. Kabul, on the other hand, has said that this is no time for diplomacy with Islamabad and that they would retaliate.
Viewers, we all looked at the dastardly strikes that were rained down on Afghanistan's heart inside Kabul. Now, new visuals also show the aftermath of the Pakistani strikes on the very Kabul hospital that was struck. Now, remember, Pakistan struck Afghanistan late last night, and now the Afghanistan's Taliban government claims that at least 400 civilians have been killed. Look at the visuals on your screens. These are the aftermath of the dastardly strikes that were rained down upon Afghanistan's civilians last night by the Pakistani military. A swarm of drones that struck various residences, hospitals, even a rehabilitation center deep inside Afghan's territories. Now look at the entire building that has been reduced to rubbles and dust. The building has fallen down. You can see people going through the debris, frisking, looking for any people who might have been injured or killed. Now remember, the Afghan Taliban government, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, has called these strikes a crime against humanity. 400 civilians have been killed in just one night of strikes. Now remember, the tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan now in their third week, and now Islamabad has started targeting civilian infrastructure inside Afghanistan. Look at the residences, completely charred and completely broken down, reduced to rubble. Now, viewers, also, we are going to continue talking about the story. We're going to continue talking about the impact of the story. In the latest development, Afghanistan's Deputy Home Minister has condemned Pakistani military operation in Kabul, saying that this is the worst possible treatment of all civilians, and that Pakistan has projected how it's killed Afghanis. But Pakistan should know that they have equipment and power to defend their own people and their country. That's the latest that we're learning. A statement that stands strong from the Afghan's Deputy Home Minister, who has not just condemned the Pakistani military operations on civilians, but he's also said that Afghanistan very much holds the power and the valor to defend against any dastardly strikes like these ones. In fact, they will also hold ground to defend their own people, their territory, their country. This comes after the Afghan government also said that over 400 were killed in what came out as strikes last evening from Pakistan. Now, our reporter Hashmat from inside Kabul brings you this exclusive report showing you the scale of damage and the human cost behind the war. Viewers, we're quickly now shifting focus to Hashmat, our reporter, who has sent us reports from inside Kabul showing you the aftermath of the strikes, the plight in which civilians have been left inside Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Hashmat, in fact, joins us live on the broadcast. Now, remember, viewers, Hashmat is getting us a direct look into what's happening inside Kabul to civilians inside Afghanistan. Hashmat, what has changed from last night? You know, complete hospital building reduced to rubble, over 400 killed. What is it looking like right now? And first condemnation from the side of Afghan government has come in recently. Hashmat.
Good evening to all. As you said last night, 9 p.m., Pakistani Army jails target a rehabilitation or a treatment hospital, civilian hospital named Umaid, and that was located in the PD9 and Pulcherikh place of Kabul city. And that was all the civilians that they were under treatment for the recovery, and most of them were recovered, and they decided to go to their homes. But unfortunately, last night, 9 o'clock, Pakistani jails targeted that place. And when I go to that place last night and reported for Republic, I see that all the place, all the hospital, all the rooms were burned on the fire, and many of the civilians that they were under the treatment there, they were at the namaz time, and that's the Ramadan time, and they were praying, but Pakistani jail targeted them. And as reported, I get reported up to yet more than 400 civilians killed and more than 250 are injured. And many of them are admitted in Wazir Muhammad Akbar Khan, Sheikh Zayed, and Kabul Emergency Hospital. As I speak to Afghanistan Interior Deputy Minister Muhammad Nabi Umari, that you shared the video, he said to the media and the public that Pakistan get the project to destroy Afghanistan, and they want to target civilians. That's not the first time, but several times from the 1 month that they target civilians, mosques, schools, and hospitals. And they said that we have equipment, weapons, that we stand against Pakistan, and we will try, and we will also. Zabiullah Mujahid, Islamic Emirat spokesperson, told to me that we did not go on the way of diplomatic because of this, that Pakistan don't want a diplomatic way, and because of this we are standing against them, and we will be react really badly and hardly in a few hours.
Right, Hashmat. In fact, also speak to us about the fact that Afghanistan has not just rejected negotiation after this dastardly strike on their civilians, but they have also increased manpower. They've increased military presence along the borders with Pakistan. What do you think is going to be the next step of the war that's going forward? Third week in and no end in sight. Hashmat.
Yeah, as I speak with Islamic officials, they say that we want to be defense our soil, defense our country, defense Afghans. Because of this is our job. In the Duran line, from the more than 50 days, there is a clash between Afghan Taliban and Pakistani armies. But this is true, and we have like reported from the several places that more than 400 or 500 Pakistani army are killed in the last operations that they are planned by Taliban. And also many drones attack on Islamabad, Kohat, Peshawar, and Waziristan, and they targeted many army bases in the Pakistan. Because of this, Pakistan can't stand in front of, or they can't defend the operation of Taliban. Because of this, they are targeting civilian people in Kabul and Nangarhar. In the last 24 hours, Pakistan army also targeted some places in Nangarhar province, and also in the Duran line, and several before days, Pakistani army just targeted civilian schools, mosques, hospitals. Now, in last night in Kabul, they said that the Pakistan Information Ministry said that we target like Taliban or any bases. But we said all the international media, included Republics. I shared the videos with Republic. I'm reporting for Republic. We saw that was just civilians people. Today, when I go to Wazir Akbar Khan, when I went to Wazir Akbar Khan hospital, the dozens of Afghans, women, families can't know about their relatives. And they check the lists that they are in the killed lists or in the injured lists. That's not the thing that we Pakistan, they are trying. Afghan civilians say that they are trying to say that we targeted bases in Kabul. There was no bases. There was a rehabilitation or treatment hospital that all belong to civilians.
Right, Hashmat. Thanks very much for speaking to Republic. In fact, we wish you and all the Afghani civilians safety in these precarious times. Now, viewers, shifting focus, take a look at all the reports that have been filed by my colleague Hashmat, who was live with us just moments ago. He's also given us details, a visual look through into what is happening inside Afghanistan that shows you the scale of destruction and the cost behind the war. Take a look.
After the last night airstrike on Umaid Hospital, that was a civilian hospital, up to 5-6 hours, the emergency teams were trying to get the bodies. But as I know, and I asked for Republics, they said maybe some of our bodies, like on that place, they're trying to get the bodies. And also this place in this building that I'm standing here for Republic, this is all like emergency. I can see in you in the videos. This is just emergency department. That all people that they are standing here, they asking about the relatives. All the civilians. This is we have. See the board that this Wazir Muhammad Khan emergency department. There is no any like option staff. There's no like any police or army. There's just civilians. Civilians hospital, and they target civilian hospital. But as I get reported, there dozens of killed and bodies and also injured are admitted in Sheikh Zayed hospital, and also in the Lamans in some hospital, in emergency hospital. This is emergency department. They didn't let us to go out, and I'm trying to have some videos for you. As I reported for Republic, the Deputy Minister for Public Health, he speaks to for Republic that all the people that have targeted last night, they were civilians, and yeah, this is the emergency department. This is the people that they are asking about their relatives. This civilians talked to for Republic that he said the uncle that he is here for his brother and son, that he's admitted he's injured last night. As I asked them that the Pakistani army said that we targeted like bases, or we targeted like oil tankers or like this thing, they said no. All the target was civilian peoples, and all the civilians lost their life, and the injured was all the civilians. As I speak with Zabiullah Mujahid, the spokesperson for Islamic Marat, he said that this is not diplomatic way, and we will not try diplomatic way. He said because of this, that Pakistani always targeted our civilians, and he said we will be react very badly and very hardly, and we will target, as I speak with many officials, and when they said that we will be target Pakistani large cities like Islamabad, Punjab, and other places, because he said that last night hundreds of Afghan civilians lost their life, and this, but we are not. Also, one person that I have speak with him, he also said to me that he suggests from Pakistani civilians that stand against your army, your corrupt government, your Shahbaz Sharif corrupt government, Asim Munir corrupt general. They suggest from the Pakistan civilians that stands with Afghans, and they said that Pakistani army are destroying every place. They are bombing civilians in many places. Minute by minute, the people, the rush are being more. The people are coming here, and they know about this.
Viewers, that is the scene outside the hospital in Kabul. Long serpentine queues of families, friends and loved ones waiting for one good news, for some hope for the victims that are being treated inside. Now take a look at this other report that has also again been filed by my colleague Hashmat, and this time from inside the hospital, that shows you the scale of injuries that people have had to go through. Take a look.
Emergency equipment and other things today. And there, okay. Now I'm going to the emergency department, and I will try to have speak with some one of this people that they have injured in this place. This is the rooms that the civilians have been injured in last night. This is Rahmat Malang. His name is Rahmat Malang. He was admitted at the Umaid Hospital. The big part of it, we got so short. It's زخمي شوي. Chatrawal ya da daktaran ora usti wala da jurwal ki bas umur bla kan kan Yes, his name is Rahmat. He said that I was admitted at the Umaid hospital. We are all civilians, and when the jets come and they targeted the hospital, he lost that doesn't have his friends in this place. This other doctors that he is here for that. I speak with the doctors. He is responsible for this department. He said that dozens of injured that last night they are trying to give medicine and like this is other rooms. That's the injured people that you look and he is Lihaz. His name is Lihaz. He is also injured of the last night attacks. The Pakistani army yet attack on the Umaid civilian hospital. We can see here some others injured that I think that he is. Many of the injured they are in so bad position. You see in the pictures, Wazir Muhammad Agha Hospital Emergency Department. That this they are civilians. Doctors are sharing with us. The doctors here, doctors responsible for this department. He said that we try to موضوع صحبات متوني فقط المشاور بس شخص okay he didn't you can see this pictures. I'm trying to this Wazir Muhammad Agha Khan Hospital. Dozens of injured that they all are civilians. There were no checkposts, there were no military bases, nothing. The jets came and landed the bombs on the civilians' places, and the civilian places that they are killed is more than 500, and hundreds are injured. And this is one of them. He said that he is electricity engineer in the Umaid Hospital. He is also civilians. He said that we were on the work and we hearing some firing. That the Taliban were firing to the on the jets, but they said the jets landed many bombs on this hospital, and I hardly injured like in his hands, foot, and other place. And he said that all the hospital was burned, and the hundreds of civilians were killed.
Viewers, that's all that we could fit in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side, where we bring you a story exposing a major terror conspiracy against India. The NIA has now arrested 6 Ukrainians and 1 US man accused of training Myanmar militia. Getting you all the details on that big story right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू।
नहीं तो तुम तो कराएगा।
अरे अनुसरी होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला, चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू
नहीं तो तुम तो कराएगी
अनु से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, we're getting you an entire roundup of what's happened through the day. Now, to begin with, a major terror plot foiled in India. But first, we're tracking the headlines for this. Take a look. Taliban spokesperson speaks exclusively with Republic on the hospital attack in Kabul that killed 400, terms it a crime against humanity. Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a Kabul hospital. The Afghan government has termed the attack a slaughterhouse of dreams. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast, breaking news has emerged. Kabul has now confirmed that there will be no talks with Islamabad. Israel claims top Iranian commander Ghulam Reza Soleimani, the head of the Basij unit for the past 6 years, has now been killed. Israeli forces claim Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been eliminated. No official comment from Iran so far. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, the NIA arrests 6 Ukrainians and 1 US man accused of training Myanmar militia and routining drones via India. After Shivalik, second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India. Third crude oil tanker Jaglad Key docks tonight at 8 p.m. Viewers, now starting first with the breaking developments. The National Investigation Agency in India has arrested 7 foreigners, including 6 Ukrainians and 1 US citizen, for allegedly training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. A big national security threat that has been foiled by the National Investigation Agency. Now, the arrests followed an investigation into their illegal travel through Mizoram into conflict-affected Myanmar. Now remember, the accused were arrested at different airports across Lucknow, Delhi and Kolkata and have been charged under the UAPA. In fact, the arrested US citizen was embedded with the American forces in Syria, Libya and Iraq. US citizen was also enlisted with the Ukrainian army in 2022. In fact, he trained rebel groups in Syria, Iraq, Libya and Afghanistan. That's the latest that we're getting in. These are the visuals on your screens of the arrest. At least 7 foreigners arrested by the National Investigation Agency. A major terror plot foiled in India. Now, 6 Ukrainians and 1 US citizen have been nabbed as part of the operations. In fact, I'm being joined by 2 of my colleagues, Shambhavi and Lintoy, to get us more details into the matter. Shambhavi, coming to you first, speak to us about the arrests that have been made. 6 Ukrainians, 1 US citizen arrested by the NIA. Shambhavi.
Right. This is a major terror conspiracy which was against India, which has been exposed by NIA. And the case has been registered against all the 7 foreign nationals against Section 18 of the UAPA. Now, what the accused were doing, they were basically entering India via Mizoram, and the natives crossed illegally into the conflict state Myanmar. And it is very important to understand that the Mizoram-Myanmar border can be seen as a key link here. Now, allegedly, they contacted the ethnic groups which were involved in anti-India activities. These groups have links with several banned insurgent organizations. Now, the accused have also provided training to these groups. So it is also related to not just providing training to these groups, but also bringing drones from Europe via India. So agencies have suspected that these drones could have been used for a major terror plot. An FIR against them was registered last Friday, where NIA took all the 7 accused into custody. And interrogation is, of course, aimed at uncovering the full network and their associates. What was the route that they took before they came to India? What were their contacts? What was their funding networks? And everything that has been related to these absconding associates will be under probe. Back to you.
Right, Shambhavi, thanks for getting us those details. In fact, quickly also being joined by my colleague Lintoy, who joins us from Imphal. Lintoy, speak to us about the details of the matter. Shambhavi just spoke to us about the people who've been arrested. What is the government's response so far? Any new statement that we're learning of? Lintoy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very serious development, and it has direct implications with the Northeast, especially in Manipur. However, the state government or the authority concerns in Manipur did not react anything to it as of now. Former Chief Minister N. Biren Singh has reposted the same on his Twitter and Facebook account, uploading the NIA and stating that this will be the reason why the conflict in Manipur was started and all. And he also drew a perpendicular to these 6 Ukrainian and 1 American arrest, stating that there might be a foreign hand during the Manipur conflict. Back to you.
Right, Lintoy, thanks for getting us those details. Quickly also taking a dip with Shambhavi, who continues to join us on the broadcast. Shambhavi, we heard about what's happening inside Manipur and the direct repercussions that this terror plot could have had on Manipur. In fact, viewers, we're being joined by Lieutenant General Shokeen Chauhan to get us more updates into the matter. Lieutenant General, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. Your first reaction, a major terror plot foiled in India just when Manipur has started to become a little more turbulent than before. Tensions have erupted once again. 7 foreign nationals have been arrested. Your first reaction?
My reaction is actually, it's surprising that someone would want to interfere in this process right now. Obviously, these are trained mercenaries. They've been brought here for a purpose to create mayhem in our country. And I feel that we need to be very careful, because in troubled waters, people will create more trouble. We need to sort out our own internal situations so that we do not have to go through these mercenaries who are trying to create more problems inside India. As far as their processes are concerned, as far as what they're doing, these are serious issues. Training insurgent groups operating inside India or operating inside Myanmar in drone warfare, in bringing in illegal drones into the country. All these are issues we have to be very careful about. And from what I can see, foresee in the future, this issue will only increase. So I'm very happy that the NIA has been able to uncover this plot. I can absolutely guarantee you that there will be many more such attempts, many more different kinds of attempts to try and create a problem in our country. But both the Assam Rifles, the NIA and the IB, which were operating in these areas, are absolutely very alert to what's likely to happen and extremely careful about everything that's happening. In fact, the Northeast has become a very important situation for us, and we're determined to ensure that there is going to be peace not only in Manipur, but peace in Mizoram, peace along the borders in Nagaland, peace along the borders in Arunachal Pradesh, and we're careful enough not to allow any kind of inimical elements to create mayhem inside the northeast of our country.
Right. In fact, Lieutenant General, also your long experience with the Assam Rifles is actually testament to how much expertise you hold over regional tensions in the northeast. Now, Myanmar, so close to our northeastern states, like you also mentioned, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Manipur, all of them, Mizoram, forming a border with Myanmar. Speak to us about how is it that, border forces end up missing the crossing that is done by these terrorists or so-called, people who are threatening our national security fabric?
Firstly, our border with Myanmar is 1,643 kilometers long. We don't have a fence along the border. We also have what is known as the free move regime, the FMR, 10 kilometers on both sides. People are allowed to cross to crossing points. It's impossible to police the border, given the nature of the tribes who operate on both sides or who live on both sides of the border. We have to understand that when the border was created, the Naga tribes, both in eastern Nagaland, Manipur, and in eastern Arunachal, live on both sides of the border. And the villages, in fact, are often cut by the international border. The second issue is that on the Myanmar side of the border, the Myanmar army is actually non-existent. And it is actually ceded that area to insurgent groups who have full lien in the area opposite our areas. So given the terrain, given the kind of infrastructure, given the kind of line of the border that is there, given the tribes that live across, this is a thing that is likely to happen. We are, as you know, in the process of building up this the fence. We are constantly trying to construct it. Only about 65 kilometers have been constructed till now. But I am of the opinion that soon we will be able to, further this fence. But the fence is not the answer. We need many more troops along the border. And I'm certain that the Assam Rifles will be able to move more troops from the counterinsurgency who are dealing with the counterinsurgency inside the northeast towards the Myanmar-India border.
Right, sir. In fact, 7 foreign nationals, sir, have been nabbed as part of this entire terror conspiracy, the plot that has been foiled by the National Investigation Agency. In this, do you see a larger pattern of transnational, sort of terrorism taking over the northeastern fabric in India? Do you think that India is now eyeing that as a new challenge?
It's not a new challenge. It's been there before. We've been dealing with these people before. You have to understand that the area opposite us in Myanmar is an area that is besieged by almost 16 insurgencies, fighting the Myanmar army, fighting the Tatmadaw. That is an area which was also earlier known as the Golden Triangle for narcotics. So it's an area where we have continuously had problems from the other side, problems from our side, and we have had a lot of smuggling. Not just narcotics, smuggling of arms, weapons, situations, which have been continuing, and we've been absolutely alert to these issues, and we have done a great job protecting the country from the northeast. It's also the area from where China used to influence the Indian insurgents way back from 1966 onwards. So it's an area we need to keep alert, keep at it, and as technology grows, the ability of foreign nationals to interfere in situations inside our country is going to increase. And we need to increase our own capability to catch these people. But like I said, we've been in touch, and I've myself gone to Myanmar, spoken to the Myanmar army, spoken to the national government. They simply don't have the resources to police their side of the border. And as a result, the Assam Rifles has to do double the job as well as fight the insurgency inside the northeast. So these are both the issues. We need to increase the force levels of the Assam Rifles. We need to increase our own capabilities. We need to bring in greater technical capabilities. But I can assure you that the kind of foreign nationals that are doing has been done before, and it will be done again, because this is a very disturbed part of the world.
Right.
And we need to continuously police this area to make sure that we keep our country safe.
Right, sir. In fact, sir, also speak to us about the fact, they were arrested from different metropolitan airports across India, except for one that was in Lucknow. But I also want to understand, how hard is it to fish out such terrorists or such planners once they actually blend in the urban, sort of setup in India?
It's extremely difficult. A lot of people visit India. They come on valid visas, and we don't have a kind of situation where we are policing each foreigner who comes into our country. Largely, we allow them to do whatever we want them to do. But the idea that we have caught them should give you an ability of the kind of resources that the NIA now has, the kind of resources our investigative agencies now have, that we've been able to catch them from different parts of the country. That's really a wonderful achievement. And I'm certain that our investigative agencies are getting better and better by the day. This information that came to us and was conveyed to the NIA has enabled these investigative agencies to actually get hold of all these people. But notwithstanding that, there is a lot of good work that's happening in Manipur now. The governor of Manipur and the new chief minister have been able to bring down the situation, cool the waters, as we say. Nagaland is peaceful. Southern Arunachal is fairly peaceful. Mizoram is fairly peaceful. We've had a problem of a lot of Chin refugees in Mizoram and in Manipur.
Yeah.
But these places are being made peaceful again, and it takes a great deal of effort. There's a lot of old enmity, old memories that are creating these problems. But as I said, as India grows bigger and bigger, as we become larger players in the world, these kind of interference within our internal security situations will only increase, and we need to remain alert all the time.
Right. Lieutenant General Chauhan, thanks very much for speaking to Republic and getting us those insights. Viewers, now also quickly shifting focus. We're being joined by our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who joins us from the news floor to speak about the matter. Now, remember, let me reiterate, 7 foreign nationals have been nabbed in what could have been one of the biggest terror plots against India. 6 of these nationals are Ukrainian. 1 has been identified as a US citizen. And now we are being joined by our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, to get us more details on the matter.
Well, Gesu, let's look at the facts that we know already from NIA and to the court documents that have been submitted for taking these individuals on remand. 14 Ukrainians along with 1 American, so 15 people came to Guwahati in Assam, crossed over to Mizoram, from Mizoram crossed over to Myanmar, and they were involved with what's called ethnic groups, ethnic armed groups, and these are essentially insurgents, many of whom are active in India against the Indian state. So these individuals were involved in military activities with Myanmar-based insurgent groups, and they were involved militarily. They were training them in arms, they were training them in drone warfare, and then they dispersed, and they have been picked up from various parts of India by our agencies. 6 have been arrested, 6 Ukrainians and 1 American. So where are the 8 other Ukrainians? So that's one point which we have to think of, about which we have to think even as agencies carry on their work. They have been taken into police custody, that in custodial remand. These individuals would be questioned now. Their data, their phone, their mobile phones, those would be scanned, those would be investigated, and there would be more information available about the antecedents, precedents, their role, their involvement, their accomplices, and their planning. We have, I think, first American reaction also coming in, Gesu, by way of sources there in the embassy. The first reaction, they have acknowledged that a US citizen has been picked up by Indian agencies. So essentially the breaking is that there is an acknowledgement that an American citizen has been held by Indian agencies in connection with the UAPA crime, which is a terror crime. So coming back to the things we know, that these individuals have been picked up under UAPA, which is a terror crime. They are in police custody now. They would be questioned, interrogated. Some preliminary questioning has led the agencies to a safe conclusion, which is part of the remand documents, that these were involved with insurgents against India, working out of or operating out of Myanmar. And so more needs to be known in terms of their role. They have already acknowledged their role in anti-drone warfare training to these insurgent groups based out of Myanmar. And they have more accomplices, 14 Ukrainians, 1 American. They had come. 7 have been arrested. Where are the rest 8? So the agencies need to go to them. That's the information we have now. And the interesting bit about this American mercenary called Matthew Aaron Van Dyke, he seems to be providing a flank to American deep state in many geographies, including North America and West Asia, Middle East as they call it. Through 2005-06 to 2011-12, he crisscrossed about a dozen-odd countries, profiled them through documentaries. He was not part of any formal media platform, and yet he was embedded into American military units in countries like Syria, Iraq, Libya, and Afghanistan. And it perhaps might not be a coincidence that he was active in this geography, profiling these countries in a period which was a build-up to the Arab Spring, particularly with reference to Libya. And then he has, fought with the rebel forces in these countries, from Syria to Libya, and he was even arrested by the forces of Gaddafi. And then when the rebellion succeeded, he was brought out. Then he became a media personality back in the United States. He was active with the American forces, or embedded with the American forces in Afghanistan also. He has fought with the Assyrian rebel forces in Syria against Islamic State, and we know what has happened with the Islamic State in the Levant, and the fact that Americans were active trying to get the Russians ejected from that place using these non-state militias, and he was part of them. Similarly, in the case of Ukraine in 2022, he joined the Ukrainian forces against the Russians. He has trained them militarily, and now it seems he became active in Myanmar. So a very interesting history and geography there. By way of this person, this American citizen who's now in custody of Indian agencies and being questioned. So it cannot be missed that American deep state role through this person in those geographies becomes relevant in the neighborhood of India, if not exactly in India. But remember, he was involved with these insurgent groups who are essentially anti-India and were active in Mizoram and Manipur. It's not coincidence that in the last 3 years we have seen this turbulence in Manipur, and it's not, of course, it has to be found out, but it's likely that he was active earlier also.
Abhishek, in fact, continue being with us. We're also getting in some more breaking developments now. Viewers, top sources have told Republic that the probe is ongoing in the terror training angle. In fact, sources have also said that they are probing these 7 foreign nationals over drone operation angle as well. In fact, the accused were also involved in training armed groups inside Myanmar. In fact, links have been found of these insurgents being in touch with armed groups from Myanmar and armed rebellious networks inside India. That's the latest that we're learning in. The probe is ongoing over the terror training angle, and also the drone operation angle is very much a central focus of the ongoing probe by the National Investigation Agency. Also being joined by my colleague Sarthak, who joins us on the broadcast live to get us more details. Sarthak spoke to us about this shifting module schedule. These terrorists, the NIA says, were drone trained. The warfare, the terrorism now shifting and taking over a bigger angle. Sarthak.
Yes, definitely. This is an exclusive information that Republic has gathered. After the probe, the NIA has made some core allegations against the entire training program, where they have mentioned that the accused were conducting structured training programs for a Myanmar-based ethnic arms group. Primarily, the training modules have included drone operations. That includes both surveillance and possibly combat use as well. There was involvement of drone assembly and anti-drone jamming technology as well. They were being trained on modern warfare tactics as well. The agency suspects that these groups link with terror outfits and some other insurgent groups that are active in India. That certainly raises national security concerns. So far, 7 foreign accused have been arrested. That includes 1 U.S. national and 6 Ukrainian nationals. But NIA claims that there are total 14 foreign nationals who have entered India illegally. And on that note, the probe is going on. So far, there have been pan-India immigration crackdowns done by NIA. From one U.S. national was detained in Kolkata, 3 were detained from Lucknow, and 3 others were detained from Delhi. NIA clearly indicates that this is a coordinated nationwide operation, and this is not an isolated arrest. In fact, during the investigation as well, the accused admitted to illegally entry into Myanmar via Mizoram route. They conducted multiple training sessions for armed groups. They facilitated illegal import of drone consignments. So what NIA is suggesting that the route was from Europe to India, and then they were then to Myanmar. This suggests that India was used as a transit hub for sensitive military tactic. So there is a clear terror link that NIA is suspecting at this point. And also the accused were also in direct contact with some unidentified terrorists. That is what NIA is speculating at this point, because these operatives were armed with AK-47 rifles. That is also a big development and an exclusive information that Republic has gathered. So on that ground, so far the court has given them on 11 days of judicial custody. So NIA is investigated on those specific pointers.
Right, Sarthak. In fact, continue being with us. Lin Thoi also joins us from Imphal. We will continue the conversation right after this short commercial break. Viewers, don't go anywhere. One of the biggest possible terror plots now foiled by the National Investigation Agency. At least 7 foreign nationals, 6 Ukrainians and 1 US citizen nabbed by the NIA from different airports across Delhi, Lucknow and Kolkata. We're getting you all the details on this right after this short break. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू
नहीं तो तुम तो कराएगा
अरे अनुसर ही होगा तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला माझा गोटे का गाडी मागवा
Taliban spokesperson speaks exclusively with Republic on the hospital attack in Kabul that killed 400, terms it a crime against humanity. Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a Kabul hospital. The Afghan government has termed the attack a slaughterhouse of dreams. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast, breaking news emerges. Kabul has confirmed that there will be no talks with Islamabad. Israel claims top Iranian commander Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of the Basij unit for the past 6 years, has now been killed. Israeli forces claim Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been eliminated. No official comment from Iran so far. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, the NIA arrests 6 Ukrainians and 1 US man accused of training Myanmar militia and routing drones via India. After Shivalik's second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, third crude oil tanker Jaglad Key docks tonight at 8 p.m. Viewers, now when innocents are caught between a bloody war between two militaries, states and its leaders, who is going to hold them accountable? Now a UN inquiry has started investigating a fatal strike on a primary school on the first day of US-Israeli attacks on Iran. The attack on the Shajara Taiba school consisted of 2 missile strikes in quick succession that killed 168 school children, all girls. Now, Iranian officials said in Geneva on Monday that US military investigators believe it is likely that US forces were responsible but have not yet reached a final conclusion or even completed their investigation. The Pentagon has since elevated the probe. That's what the US has been saying. Now remember, a Tomahawk missile marked by the United States struck the school in Minab, an elementary girls' school with girls over 7 to 12 years of age studying inside the school when the roof collapsed because of the strikes, jolts, and after that at least 160 plus people were killed in the strike. Now remember, these are the visuals of the helpless, hopeless mothers holding pictures of their children, still asking for justice. And US's answer each time is that investigation is on. In fact, take a look at this report straight from Minab.
Trump, this is a very clear and undeniable evidence of your genocidal attack on this girls' elementary school in the Minab city. Stop playing innocent and don't think people of the world are stupid. We as journalists and documentary filmmakers are here to document the evidence of your genocidal attacks here on this girls and boys elementary school in Minab city. So the whole world would see the all genocide you committed here. Trump, this is a very clear and undeniable evidence of your genocidal attack on this girls' elementary school in the Minab city. Stop playing innocent and don't think people of the world are stupid. We as journalists and documentary filmmakers are here to document the evidence of your genocidal attacks here on this girls' and boys' elementary school in Minab city. So the whole world would see the all genocide you committed here.
Now, viewers, in a fresh launch of attacks, authorities in the emirate inside Fujairah have confirmed that a fire broke out in the Fujairah Petroleum Industries Zone caused by a drone strike. Now, remember, the Fujairah port in UAE has been struck at least thrice by Iranian forces. Now, the attack sparked a fire in an oil tank inside, now far from after it was hit approximately 23 nautical miles east of Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates. Take a look at this.
Authorities in the Emirate of Fujairah have confirmed that a drone attack sparked a significant fire within the Fujairah Petroleum Industries Zone. Visuals show the site catching fire, although official statements confirmed that no injuries were reported despite the intensity of the flames. The combined attacks have forced a temporary suspension of oil loading operations and ship-to-ship transfers at Fujairah, which serves as the world's third largest bunkering hub and a critical export point for Murban crude. This escalation occurs against a backdrop of intense regional conflict involving Iran, with the UAE ministry urging the public to refrain from circulating unverified footage or rumors and to rely strictly on official government channels. In response to the growing maritime and infrastructure threats, the foreign ministers of the UAE and Saudi Arabia held an emergency call to coordinate a unified diplomatic and security stance against regional destabilization. Leaders from Egypt and Saudi Arabia have reaffirmed their strategic unity and solidarity with the UAE, condemning the targeting of civilian energy infrastructure as a direct threat to global energy security. The targeting of Fujairah is particularly significant as it is the only major Emirati terminal providing a bypass to the Strait of Hormuz, making its operational status a primary concern for international oil markets and global supply chains. Authorities are investigating the matter while urging all vessels operating in the region to transit with caution.
Viewers, now shifting focus to a fresh breaking development. The Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar has said that the Iranians are safer today after the Israeli Defense Forces eliminated Basij commander Ghulam Reza Soleimani and his deputy. In fact, he's also taken Ali Larijani's name. Now remember, Ali Larijani's fate, his state is not known yet. In fact, he said that Mojtaba Khamenei is still hiding, and he's asked him, he's thrown an open challenge at the newly elected Supreme Leader to show his face and come forward. That's the latest statement that's come in from Israel's Foreign Minister, where he said that the Iranians are safer today after the Israeli Defense Forces eliminated their Basij commander Ghulam Reza Soleimani and his deputy. In fact, he also took Ali Larijani's name. Now remember, Larijani, who is the National Security Council Secretary, one of the key figures in Iranian security fabric, in Iranian security apparatus. And he said that Moshtaba Khamenei is hiding. He's in fact thrown an open challenge at the newly elected supreme leader, asking him to show his face. That's the latest that's coming in from Israel. Viewers, now as tensions continue to escalate on one side of the West Asia war, Pakistan and Afghanistan on the other side have entered what looks like third week of constant warring. Now, over 400 civilians were killed by airstrikes inside Kabul after Pakistan launched swarms of drones on the night of March 16th. Now, Afghanistan's deputy government spokesperson said that the Pakistani strikes even targeted a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul's 9th police district. Pakistan, however, on the other side, has denied carrying out any attacks against civilian infrastructure. They've stated that they only targeted military installations inside Kabul. More details in the report that follows. Take a look.
A bombardment in Kabul on the night of the 16th of March resulted in the death of over 400 people. The casualties were all civilians. Moreover, they were patients at a drug rehabilitation facility. Afghanistan has stated that Pakistan was responsible for the bombing that destroyed a rehabilitation center, killing 400 people and injuring 250 others. Take a look at these visuals of emergency teams trying to rescue people from the rubble. Kabul has termed the attack a crime against humanity. Massive fires blazed and plumes of black smoke filled the air as patients desperately ran to save their lives amid the bombardment. Take a look at the same facility before the attack. Patients interacting with counselors to get better and recover from addiction. Now the structure is in ruins. Hundreds of lives lost and hundreds more injured. Popular cricketer Rashid Khan condemned the attack and expressed concern over civilian casualties. He called upon the UN and other human rights agencies to thoroughly investigate this latest atrocity and hold the perpetrators to account. Pakistan, meanwhile, has categorically denied carrying out the attack. Kabul, on the other hand, has said that this is no time for diplomacy with Islamabad and that they would retaliate.
Viewers, now in a good news for India. India's LPG lifeline seems like it's on track. 2 LPG tankers, Nanda Devi and Shivalik, carrying over 93,000 tons of LPG together have already docked in India, while another LPG tanker, Jug Ladki, is on its way. Now, these tankers have made their way home through the contentious Strait of Hormuz, bringing a huge wave of energy relief with them. Now, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal calls this as a huge win and relief for India. Here's more on the story.
3 Indian tankers have crossed the Strait of Hormuz and 2 of them have already docked in India. Indian vessels Nanda Devi and Shivalik have already docked in India, bringing in 93,000 metric tons of LPG to India. While another Indian oil tanker, Jug Ladki, is expected to dock tonight carrying 81,000 tons of crude oil. On this, Piyush Goyal says that this is a huge victory and relief for India.
आखिर आज की इतनी बड़ी दुनिया में जो संकट है, उसमें कोई भी सोच सकता था स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज में शिप्स जा नहीं सकती हैं, फ्रेट 3 गुना हो गया है, इंश्योरेंस मिलता नहीं है। इस सब के बावजूद पिछले महीने फरवरी तक हमारा ट्रेड गुड्स का भी, सर्विसेज तो चलो शिप से नहीं जानी है, सर्विसेज में तो हर महीने बढ़त हो रही है, लेकिन गुड्स भी फरवरी तक फ्लैट है, घटा नहीं है। मार्च में भी लगभग मंथ के एंड तक, पहले हफ्ते में थोड़ी कमजोरी दिखी, दूसरे हफ्ते में पॉजिटिव हो गया और मार्च के एंड तक हम फिर एक बार मेंटेन कर लेंगे भारत का एक्सपोर्ट।
The Indian Navy took extreme care of these tankers by escorting them through the war-torn region. While the world struggles to even keep their tankers afloat in the Strait of Hormuz, India comes out victorious while bringing these Indian tankers home safe and sound.
Now quickly shifting focus to a breaking development. Ukraine has now lodged protest over the National Investigation Agency's arrests and has sought immediate release of its 6 nationals. Ukraine has said that there are no established facts to prove that the Ukrainian citizens were engaged in unlawful activities in the territories inside India or Myanmar. Now also, this comes as the probe. The National Investigation Agency continues its probe and the facts are yet to come out. However, Ukraine has now lodged a preemptive protest over these arrests, seeking immediate release of its 6 nationals. Also being joined by my colleague Sarthak, live from Delhi to get us more updates. Sarthak, you know, on one hand, the US responded saying that they know that one of their citizens has been nabbed. The Ukraine, on the other hand, is campaigning against any wrongdoing from the side of 6 of its citizens who are embroiled in the terror conspiracy that the NIA has nabbed. Sarthak.
Yes, the latest that we're getting on this is that Ukraine has officially objected to the arrest. They are seeking immediate release of its 6 nationals. What we know of at this point, Ukraine's position is very clear that they claim that there is, as such, no established facts that show that Ukrainians were engaged in any unlawful activities in India or in Myanmar. They imply that these arrests may be premature, and on that ground, this should be stopped because there are some unsupported. These arrests are unsupported by evidences because they lack evidences at this point, and NIA should not be arresting these 6 Ukrainian nationals at this point. But what the core allegations that have been made by NIA during the entire probe is that these accused were conducting some form of pre-planned training for a Myanmar-based ethnic armed group. These training specifically included drone operations that also included tactical use of these drones. These drones were being assembled and there was jamming technology also involved. So in a way, there was complete modern warfare techniques that were being incorporated in the entire training. Agencies at this point suspect a big link between these groups and some insurgent or terror networks that could possibly impact India. So far, 7 foreign nationals have been arrested, including 1 US national and 6 other Ukrainian nationals. And what NIA suspects that there are total 14 foreign nationals that have entered India illegally. So far, 7 have been arrested. 1 US national was detained from Kolkata airport. 3 Ukrainian were detained from Lucknow airport, and 3 other Ukrainians were detained from Delhi airport. This clearly indicates that there was some form of coordinated multi-city
Sarthak, in fact, we're also joined by Linthoi, who joins us live from Imphal. Now, quickly coming to you, Linthoi, speak to us about the fact that, you know, NIA has given us some grounds over which these arrests were made. However, Ukraine says that there were no reasons, no established facts that prove that these arrests should have been made in the first place. Unlawful crossing over from the Mizoram to the Myanmar border being just one of them. Drones being passed from the Indian borders, brought from Europe, passed through India, being the second reason. Speak to us about the details of the matter, Linthoi.
Absolutely. Even though Ukraine has protested about the arrest made by the NIA, I think we have to, believe in the investigation as of now, because the Myanmar link in this case is very important. Since Manipur shares a long and porous border with Myanmar. Not only Manipur, Nagaland and Mizoram too has also shares a very long and porous border with Myanmar, which has often, been a concern of security agencies due to cross-border movement and insurgent activity. This is also one of the national security threat. So, like as per sources from different angles, the accused were in contact with ethnic armed groups based in Myanmar, and some of these are also, Manipuri citizens have believed that to have linked with bad incident outfits that have been active in Manipur. So naturally, this raises concern for the state too. So another worrying aspect is the use of drones. Obviously that is the drones. If these were being brought in, and in and routed through such networks, then they could potentially be used for surveillance or even carrying out attacks, which is a big security concern for sensitive areas in Manipur, Mizoram, and Nagaland. Because since Manipur, Mizoram, and Nagaland is located along the porous border of this Myanmar, so it should be, it is a high time to take necessary security measures. At this stage, agencies should also be looking into Manipur, whether Manipur was used as a route or if it was a possible target, because according to NIA findings, that 6 Ukrainian and 1 American was used that Mizoram route to cross that Myanmar border.
Right, Lithoy. Yeah. Right, Lithoy, thanks very much for joining us on the broadcast. Thanks, Arthur, for being with us. In fact, viewers, now quickly shifting focus. We're now going to talk about the US Embassy in Baghdad that has been struck once again amid the rising escalations in West Asia. Now, remember, just a day before, Iranian projectiles hit the embassy, completely bringing it to a standstill. In fact, they struck the helipad at the embassy. Now, this comes as Iran has vowed retaliation after the US military struck the Kharge island, the crown jewel of Iran, and struck multiple of their military targets inside the Kharge island. Take a look at this report.
Several explosions were reported in Baghdad as the US Embassy was hit by a drone incursion, setting the structure on fire. US CRAM system intercepted the incoming drone attack targeting the embassy. An Iran-linked militia force in Iraq has claimed responsibility for the attack. The militia also released a drone video showing how they scouted the compound before carrying out the attack. According to an official, 3 drones and 4 rockets were used in the attack, with at least 1 drone crashing inside the compound. Recently, missile strikes also hit the helipad inside the heavily fortified embassy compound in Baghdad. This is the 3rd time the embassy has been targeted in the ongoing war. So far, US embassies, military bases, and oil infrastructure in the Gulf have been key targets of the Iranian retaliatory strikes. As the embassy was being hit, fresh drone attacks were also launched at the Fujairah Petroleum Industries Zone, setting the structure on fire. This comes after Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi vowed to launch retaliatory strikes following heavy bombardment on Kharge Island.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, 7 to 8, with my colleague Ishita Mitra and myself, we give you a full roundup of the war inside West Asia and also a look into how Republic is reporting from ground zero over the attacks that jolted a Kabul hospital. We're getting you this and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन
पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा हूँ। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू।
नहीं तो तुम तो कराएगा।
अरे अनुसरी होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला, चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मार चला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा हूँ। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू।
नहीं तो तुम तो कराएगा।
अरे अनुसरी होगा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना, भेज रहे हैं मंडू। अनु से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया नीचे गाड़ी पूर्ण वाला गाड़ी माता।
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching our special coverage on the war in West Asia here at Republic, and the biggest escalation that has now come in the last 24 hours is the claim made by Israeli Defense Forces that Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary of Iran, has been killed. Now there has been counterclaims made from the Iranian side as well, but no denial has come in. We'll get you all the updates, but first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Taliban spokesperson speaks exclusively with Republic on the hospital attack in Kabul that killed 400, terms it as a crime against humanity. Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a hospital in Kabul. The Afghan government terms the attack a slaughterhouse of dreams. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast, a breaking news emerges. Kabul says there will be no talks with Islamabad. Israel claims the top Iranian commander, Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of Basij unit for the past 6 years, now killed. Israeli forces claim Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been killed. No official comment from the Iranian side yet. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, NIA now arrests 6 Ukrainians and 1 American accused of training Myanmar militants. After Shivalik, a second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India. Third crude oil tanker Jaishankar docks tonight at 8 p.m. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. Now, amid the escalating tensions involving Iran and global powers, the Israeli Defense Minister now claims that Ali Larijani has been eliminated in the precision strike. But just moments after that claim, Larijani released a written statement paying homage to the soldiers killed aboard IRS Dana. Now, key political figure in Iran's political establishment, Larijani is a bridge between Iran's hardliners as well as pragmatic conservatives. Now, Larijani is not just another politician, he's a key insider in Iran's power structure. In conflict zones, information warfare runs parallel to military actions. Here's more on this story, the claims and the counterclaims coming to light. Israel claims another big win, saying Iran's National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani has been killed. But just moments after the claim, Larijani releases a handwritten statement, paying tribute to the Iranian soldiers killed in Iranian warship Dana. Claims and counterclaims now being made amid the war of attrition. Just a few days ago, there were rumors that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been killed. Busting these rumors, Netanyahu released a video of him sipping coffee and claiming he was alive. It seems this is no longer just a war of missiles and munitions. But also of information and misinformation.
How has Taliban really responded to the strikes that were carried out late last night by the Pakistani Defense Forces?
The Pakistani military regime airstrikes targeted at 2,000 bed drug addicts rehabilitation hospital in Kabul. 400 addicts who were under the treatment have been killed and more than 250 are injured. Bodies everywhere, the missing bodies of the victims all over the place. Government here also last night was felonious. He confirmed that they are going to avenge these attacks on civilians, and now there is no room left for diplomacy.
This is the rooms that there is civilians have been injured in last night. The jets came and landed the bombs on the civilians' places, and that they are killed. It's more than 500, and hundreds are injured. All the hospital was burned, and the hundreds of civilians were killed.
And now, viewers, moving on, a U.S. embassy in Baghdad has been struck again following a drone incursion just days before the embassy was attacked by an Iranian missile strike and hit its helipad. Now, viewers, this comes at a time when Iran has vowed to retaliate following the heavy bombardment of the Kharge island by the U.S., claiming that it has destroyed most of its military infrastructure on the island. Now, more in this report about the recent strike on the U.S. embassy in Baghdad and Iran's resolve to take revenge. Take a look.
Several explosions were reported in Baghdad as the US embassy was hit by a drone incursion, setting the structure on fire. US CRAM system intercepted the incoming drone attack targeting the embassy. An Iran-linked militia force in Iraq has claimed responsibility for the attack. The militia also released a drone video showing how they scouted the compound before carrying out the attack. According to an official, 3 drones and 4 rockets were used in the attack, with at least 1 drone crashing inside the compound. Recently, missile strikes also hit the helipad inside the heavily fortified embassy compound in Baghdad. This is the 3rd time the embassy has been targeted in the ongoing war. So far, US embassies, military bases, and oil infrastructure in the Gulf have been key targets of the Iranian retaliatory strikes. As the embassy was being hit, fresh drone attacks were also launched at the Fujairah Petroleum Industries Zone, setting the structure on fire. This comes after Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi vowed to launch retaliatory strikes following heavy bombardment on Kharge Island.
And now, viewers, in a French launch of attacks, authorities in the Emirate of Fujairah have confirmed that a fire broke out in the Fujairah Petroleum Industries Zone. Now, this was caused by a drone attack. The attack was sparked by a fire, in fact, in an oil tank farm after it was hit approximately 23 nautical miles east of Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates. Now, Fujairah is emerging as another major site which is being repeatedly targeted in these strikes by Iran. Let's take a look at this report at the latest incident and how this, in fact, has impacted the oil economy worldwide.
Authorities in the Emirate of Fujairah have confirmed that a drone attack sparked a significant fire within the Fujairah petroleum industry zone. Visuals show the site catching fire, although official statements confirmed that no injuries were reported despite the intensity of the flames. The combined attacks have forced a temporary suspension of oil loading operations and ship-to-ship transfers at Fujairah, which serves as the world's third largest bunkering hub and a critical export point for Murban crude. This escalation occurs against a backdrop of intense regional conflict involving Iran, with the UAE ministry urging the public to refrain from circulating unverified footage or rumors and to rely strictly on official government channels. In response to the growing maritime and infrastructure threats, the foreign ministers of the UAE and Saudi Arabia held an emergency call to coordinate a unified diplomatic and security stance against regional destabilization. Leaders from Egypt and Saudi Arabia have reaffirmed their strategic unity and solidarity with the UAE, condemning the targeting of civilian energy infrastructure as a direct threat to global energy security. The targeting of Fujairah is particularly significant as it is the only major Emirati terminal providing a bypass to the Strait of Hormuz, making its operational status a primary concern for international oil markets and global supply chains. Authorities are investigating the matter while urging all vessels operating in the region to transit with caution.
And now we are in a strong and defiant statement. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has declared that Tehran will continue what he calls a proud resistance amid the ongoing conflict. Now, Araghchi made it clear that Iran has neither sought a ceasefire nor sent any message requesting one. However, he also insisted that the war must end in a manner that prevents any future aggression against Tehran. Take a look at this report.
ما در حال یک مقاومت غرورانگیز هستیم. به این مقاومت خودمون ادامه خواهیم داد بدون هیچ تزلزلی و همونطور که بارها گفتیم دیشب هم با شبکه CBS آمریکا مجدد تکرار کردم، هیچ پیامی ارسال نکردیم، تقاضای آتش بس نداریم، ولی این جنگ باید خاتمه پیدا بکنه به صورتی که دیگر تکرار نشود. این که ما میگوییم آتش بس نمیخواهیم نه به این دلیل که دنبال جنگ هستیم، به این دلیل که این بار این جنگ باید به شکلی تمام بشود که دشمنان ما دیگر هرگز به فکر تکرار این حملات و این تجاوز نیفتند. و امروز بعد از تقریباً 15 روز که از جنگ گذشته برای امنیت تنگه هرمز متوسل میشن به کسانی که تا دیروز دشمن حساب میکردن. از کشورهای دیگه میخوان بیان کمک بکنن بهشون برای اینکه تنگه هرمز همچنان باز بمونه، که البته از نظر ما باز هست، فقط بسته است به روی دشمنان ما، به روی کسانی که به کشور ما تجاوز ناجوانمردانه را انجام دادن و متحدینشون.
Now, viewers, the human cost of this war is rising day by day. Iran's health minister, Dr. Ali Jafarian, has now revealed the scale of the devastation which was caused by the attack on a school in southern Iran. More than 160 students, mostly elementary school girls, along with their teachers and civilians, were killed in this attack. Now, this attack was carried on February 28th as part of the preemptive strikes carried out by US and Israel, and the school in Minab was hit directly. We'll get you all the details from inside Iran on this. Take a look.
Dr. Jafarian, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with CGTN. Doctor, as you know, a school was attacked in south of Iran. What is the Ministry of Health of Iran doing for the survivors of this attack and also their families?
Thank you for the time that you gave me. You know, most of our elementary school girls and kids were killed in that attack. More than 160, students were killed, and also their, teachers and people around there. There are not, a lot of wounded people there. The issue is that those families with this huge grief, how should adapt with it, how should cope with it. And my colleagues over there are working on the mental health for the, families, and because they need some acute support and then some follow-up for that. That would be a post-traumatic stress disorder, which is very significant in that situation specifically. And they are doing that. Teams are there and working on that. The issue of the wounded people was solved. They are treated. Those who were admitted, they are discharged now. And the main issue is the following up with the families of those victims.
Doctor, as you know, an oil depot was targeted in west of Tehran. After the attack, I went there in the following morning. I was there, and the situation on the ground was horrifying. I was suffocating. I couldn't breathe. Can you please tell us more about the health risks of such attacks and also the precautions that families should take?
I was also there at the time of that attack to Shahran, depot, fuel depot. I was very close to there at that time, and I was driving. I didn't know what has happened now, just that was an explosion. But later on, when I reached home, I could find that there is a fuel depot. Our Vice Minister for Health, for Public Health, because the day after the explosions, the sky was dark in Tehran, and there was some acid rain in the city. All the cars were turned to black, and there was some liquid things that was black, and if you touch that, your hands would be black. And these are dangerous for the skin, and these are dangerous also for the respiratory system. It is some type of war crime, I think, because it is not it is not military target to be attacked. It is something that has direct effect on the population health and on the environmental health.
Doctor, thank you very much.
And now, viewers, Iran's Cultural Heritage Minister Reza Salehi Amiri has also alleged deliberate attacks on the country's historical and civilizational landmarks amid this ongoing conflict. Now, according to the ministry, at least 80 historical sites across Iran have been damaged. Among them, the iconic Chehel Sotun Palace in Isfahan has reportedly suffered serious destruction. Tehran has now formally raised this matter with international institutions, calling for urgent global intervention. Take a listen.
آن چیزی که امروز برای ملت ما بسیار تلخ و ناگوار هست تهاجم آگاهانه و عامدانه هست به آثار فرهنگی و تمدنی ایران زمین. تا دیشب بر اساس آمارهایی که من از همکارانم در سراسر کشور گرفتم 80 اثر تاریخی ما دچار خسارت شدند. بخشی از اونها مثل چریستون اصفهان خسارتش بسیار جدی است و بخش خسارتش کمتر هست. ما طی 8 مکاتبه این موارد رو به یونسکو و نهادهای بین‌المللی منعکس کردیم. از همین تریبون از همه افکار عمومی جهانیان تقاضا می‌کنیم از وجدان‌های بیدار، از نهادهای بین‌المللی، سازمان ملل، لاهه، نهادهای فرهنگی، یونسکو، آیسیسکو تقاضا می‌کنم که رژیم کودککش رو تحت فشار قرار بدید تا از تهاجم به بناهای تاریخی خویشتن‌داری کنه، خودداری کنه، چرا که تهاجم به آثار ما در حقیقت تهاجم به
And now viewers, a time for a special segment where we show you the 5 defining moments of the war in the last 24 hours. Now starting with the visuals of the explosions that were reported near the US Embassy in Baghdad of a drone strike. Now several drones hit the US Embassy compound. This is the third strike, in fact, to take place on the US Embassy in Baghdad. And these are the visuals of the drones hitting the embassy compound. Now viewers, on your screen is another video showing you a different angle of the visuals of the drone attacks which were launched by Iran towards the US Embassy in Baghdad. Now it's the same attack but from a different angle. Video showing you the attack right now. It's been captured from a different angle of the same attack that took place near the US Embassy in Baghdad. All right, viewers, and now the third visual is also from the same site, but here we see US Marines at the site reacting to the drone attacks that were coming, in fact, towards the US Embassy. You can see how the Marines, in fact, are reacting to these attacks as drones start striking at the US Embassy compound in Baghdad, one after the other. All right, viewers, a time for a fourth defining moment. Now here on your screen, you see a fire which is coming out of a residential building in Kharge, Israel, right after Hezbollah fired rockets from Lebanon at residential suburbs. So we have seen Lebanon and a fire, in fact, coming in from Lebanon side, from Hezbollah towards the residential areas. And you can see the building being set on fire, essentially the aftermath of the Hezbollah attack on Israeli suburbs. You can see the residential buildings on fire on your screen right now.